Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we'll go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we'll deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at FemiWatch Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. but to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG, where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but a reaffirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. The contract is supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure the sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was the Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical, and as chief law officers they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the Constitution all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of process of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the one civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tanko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its great in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACT, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled it last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow, because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also, we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society, to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening, so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there, so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy, because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the Supreme Court to please desist, because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor, and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that Global Network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our aid. Try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that's why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leader of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you're talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raise about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress, the pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. if you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished aides, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it, and also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also, we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process, because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to code of conduct because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the thread. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is an international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that will be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this concern executive project tracking. You people are doing well. But I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. There was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning, he said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the projects. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you notice that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be digged in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed in the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best, and we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who's facing trial. A charge will file a charge against one of the former members of the National Assembly. The former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that, and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or you insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as the media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on the issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of proceeds of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora on corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes. Sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete signing an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where his pitches is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should color your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it.
Thank you.
You have the right team to drive it. Finally, you have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you could have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will color your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage him, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So your coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue, because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I'll go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge, because that's the only thing I can say. On other issue, which like the president said, that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that is you, the leader, that should strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think outside the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or depending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there is societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am the ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state government, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is certain thing that even if you deny is a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public office holders. And also we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on patronizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us the Nigerians that are pushing people. Like that member I started the example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that look at this man. He has finished house order, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even look at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, you know, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that they will derail. Because of that prejudice. That's why always I will raise this issue of prejudice. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public post. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
A unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyenei, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. grow. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to, bring SOUQ to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300% just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to government to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to, through the Federal Mortgage Bank, to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government want to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up, and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something on that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the US to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934 in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
To first of all be rebranded.
Literally said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
and welcome to Wednesday's edition of SOUQ Business Landscape, where we break down the forces shaping the market, policy, and enterprise. The federal government is ramping up domestic borrowing with a 900 billion naira bond auction as fiscal pressure builds. Stock rebounds on the Nigerian exchange as investors return cautiously. Local refiners say Nigeria can finally cut fuel imports, while state hosting displaced persons eye fresh World Banking funding. I beg your pardon, World Bank funding. Now, from Lagos road repairs to consumer spending trends and a global media takeover battle, we connect the dots between the headlines. I am Olumide Shokoya. I'm not sharing this table alone. Like Chooks always say, I'm surrounded by men who you would like to enter a fight with. So starting from my left, the man himself who loves to get into a ring. Chooks John Rogers, good morning.
Good morning, Olumide. You need to choose your fights well. Welcome to SBL. Good morning, Amin.
All right, so I also have Mokhtar Amin, the redneck cowboy. Good morning.
I'm black and proud, though, please. Good morning to you, Mr. Shokoya. Good morning, Mr. Chooks. I'm so happy to be here. Good morning, Nigerians.
All right, so let me treat you to what we have on the table this morning on SOUQ Business Landscape. Bond auctions. We start off with bond auctions. As the government turns into domestic debt market for funding, investors were active on the equities front. Now, bonds beyond the stock market, attention is also on energy and a bold claim from local refiners. While energy security remains in focus, humanitarian funding is also taking stage center. Now, from social support to physical infrastructure, Lagos is preparing for major road repairs. Now, despite traffic and inflation, Nigerians are still spending. And on what? Especially drinks. We'll find out what particular one. Now, from local consumptions to global competition, a major media deal is heating up overseas. We'll find out more after this break. Don't forget, drop your comment, like, and share on our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV. We'll be right back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literally said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Don't forget to drop your comment, like, and share. The conversation can also be done on our YouTube page. That's SOUQ News TV. So we'll start off with the first story. The federal government plans to raise up to 900 billion naira from its January 2026 bond auction, doubling the 450 billion naira targeted in January 2025 as fiscal pressures and refinancing needs intensify. The move signals a sharp expansion in domestic borrowing amid rising debt servicing obligations and constrained revenue growth. Offer documents released by the Debt Management Office, DMO, show the auction will feature 3 reopened federal government of Nigeria bonds with a combined size of 900 billion naira. Now, the offering represents a 100% year-on-year increase in the size of the January auction, reflecting higher funding requirements and a tighter external financing condition. Analysts say the larger auction could push yields higher and crowd out private sector borrowers if demand weakens. However, strong participation from pension funds and banks may absorb the supply. The outcome is expected to shape interest rate trends, liquidity conditions, and the government's broader borrowing strategy in early 2026 period. Chooks, are we moving in a good direction?
Well,
the federal government and, of course,
between the devil and the deep blue sea, I will prefer to stand still. But I think this is a better option than going to any of the Bretton Woods organizations.
Okay.
It's domestic borrowing. Yes, it's going to affect domestic borrowers, private borrowers at the end of the day. But the thing is this. If we keep the Naira stable, just the way it is now, and if we produce more and import less, and maybe
The fastest way of doing that is to cut down fuel imports. That's the fastest way of going that route. If we can get that done, then we'll have less pressure on the Naira. Then I am optimistic that whoever is buying bonds now will not buy at a good rate, and tomorrow the Naira is losing value. I don't know if you understand, because these bonds are all denominated in Naira.
Yes.
Now, will the bonds sell? I'm also optimistic. In the last 2 years, we've seen bonds that were all oversubscribed.
Yes.
But the rate at which the bonds are coming is another thing that we should start asking questions. In the budget, over almost 30% or a little above that is earmarked to be borrowed to fund the budget. But at this rate, my mind is saying, let's start cutting down on government spending. That way, we will spend less on governance itself. Let's start from the presidency down to the governors, down to all elected officials. Let's start cutting down on government spending. We can't afford the normal way of running government. It's open, it's there, everybody can see it. Because for people that might not understand, those that will buy bonds are buying, knowing fully well that all things being equal, they will make profit in 2, 5, or 10 years. They will definitely make profit. But it's government that is going to pay back at the end of the day, because they are borrowing money from us in place of selling bonds to us. Now, should it be a norm? Government has to function. So there has to be money for government to function. So let's look more at productivity. We will not ever stop that. Let's look more at productivity. At the end of the day, if more of 2025, the bonds that were January bonds were 450 billion. 2026 January is now 900 billion. Mind you, by the time we are taking money from domestically, what about private companies, private individuals, private businesses that will want to also look for where to get money internally? Government is going away from banks, which is, at least for the first time in a very long time, that is very positive. Unlike what used to be before, government will go to banks and pull out funds. Now government is gradually stepping away from Nigerian banks. We just want to see more accountability, more transparency in governance itself. Then let's cut down on government spending. Because this particular 2026 budget, everybody's eye is on it. And want to see performance of the budget. Then funding is the main thing. Revenue is an issue, so this is a way of government trying to also get money to run the budget. But let's see a whole lot of accountability. For those that are out there, a lot of banks will subscribe for the bonds.
Yes.
Individuals can also subscribe for the bonds. Then pension funds and all that, we don't want to hear the stories that happened during the last administration. Whoever is managing any pension fund, especially that of the police, we don't want to hear stories tomorrow. So whoever is pulling pension funds, retirement funds, or any of the funds anywhere, make sure that you are going to pay back with profits. Thank you.
All right, coming to you, Mokhtar, I mean, he talked about capital expenditure, leaner government. But my question now is this level of domestic borrowing, is it sustainable? And he also mentioned something that is quite concerning, that it's coming, these bonds are coming much more than what we had last year. And he also talked about the stability of the Naira, which we also have to be cautious about. Throughout last year, we could say it was relatively stable. What are your concerns? What are your thoughts about this?
I believe that we've turned a curve as regards stability of the Naira, in my own opinion, because for over 18 months now, the currency has been stable and is no longer a subject of concern, even in the global market. Okay. Nobody is worried about the stability of our currency. And a lot of business people and the global markets are positive that the Naira is further going to gain this year because of our reliance on domestic refinery. So we believe the Naira is going to stabilize at about 1,300 by the end of this year. Now, that being said, bond, we know why we are here. Last year, 2025 budget, the revenue was projected, it was overshot by the National Assembly. And that is why the whole budget was flawed, and we ended up at 30% performance. And the president wants to complete the performance of that budget in the first quarter of this year.
By April.
So that means we are going to be running 2 budgets this year. We are going to complete the 2025 budget, and we are going to run the 2026 budget. Now, we were told that the 2026 budget will start running from after April. But the truth is that the budget of 2026 will start running from January. You know why? Because salaries are going to be paid. 2026 salaries are going to be paid. So if we see the bond growing by ×2, it's because they need revenue for 2026 as well. And the revenue for 2026 has not started yet coming in. These are all projections, right? And last year, the president boasted about exiting the local market for borrowing. He meant the local bank. Bonds, there's nothing wrong with bonds, because bond in itself, when you list your bond and it's subscribed or oversubscribed, as we saw last year, it shows confidence in your fiscal policy, it shows confidence in your monetary policy and your CBN. It means people trust you, because this same country, we've gotten to the point where we could no longer raise money domestically. Banks were not willing to borrow the government money because they were not fulfilling their obligations. Nobody was willing to invest in Nigerian bonds because of the slippery exchange rate and because governments were failing all of their obligations. In fact, government financial instruments mean nothing just a few years back, in just 2-3 years before now. So if we have gotten to a place where people now have so much confidence in the government financial instruments, it means the government is doing something well, and it means the people trust the government. And that is why bond is like a loan, like Mr. Chooks rightly said, but it's a loan that you are setting all the conditions by yourself. You are setting the times, you are setting the interest, and you are setting your condition. And it just means that you are in a better place of negotiation of the loans that you want to borrow. And like Mr. Chooks said, I don't agree that it's going to affect private borrowers, because private borrowers will go to the commercial bank. And when you put money in the commercial bank, whether it's government bonds, whether it's forex, banks still have to invest in any good investments. So if the banks choose to invest in government bonds, it just shows that they have confidence in the government and their policy and the way they are running the government. But I don't think it's going to affect me, you, or private businesses, SMEs that wants to borrow money, because governments, like they said last year, are not going directly to the bank to take loan like the way private citizens and private businesses do.
For the issue with the banks is this, just like we were talking about microfinance. The banks are growing, the banks are making profit. Just like when you spend money, you don't have that money to spend again. Now, if the banks decide to, okay, let's spend 50 billion on government bonds. Yes, they have spent 50 billion on government bonds. 50 billion is out of their coffers to borrow to private individuals or private businesses. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but regardless whether it's government bond or not, they still have to invest. Sometimes they buy shares. Sometimes they still have to invest. So it just shows that if they're investing in government bonds, in my own opinion, like two things can be right at the same time. And depending on what point we are looking at it from. So I just think, whether it's federal government of Nigeria's bond or not, the bank will still invest somewhere eventually. They just don't keep all the money in the vault and just wait for people to come and borrow. They still have to invest.
All right, let's move on to the next story for today. Stocks closed higher on Tuesday as the Nigerian exchange reversed losses from Monday, with market capitalization rising by 93.48 billion naira from 106.44 trillion naira from 106.34 trillion naira. Now, the gains reflect renewed investor confidence and selective buying across key sectors. The all-share index ASI increased by 144.33 points, or 0.09%, to close at 166,256.83 points, up from 166,112.5 from 50. I beg your pardon, 166,112.50 points in the previous session. Now, analysts noted that gains were driven by improved sentiment in financial and consumer goods stocks, offsetting mixed performance in oil and industrial counters. Now, market watchers say the rebound signals cautious optimism among investors as trading volumes remain moderate. They highlight that upcoming corporate earnings releases and macroeconomic data could influence market direction and potential opportunities for portfolio adjustments. Continued liquidity inflows and positive sectorial performances are expected to sustain momentum in the near term. Quite interesting. We were just talking about, I beg your pardon, we were just talking about this yesterday, and I said, early predictions, these are just early predictions. Let's wait and see. We can't judge the rest of the year by this. It's just normal. People, and this is part of the reason why, smart people have stockbrokers. They have, and there's this thing about the elite. It's not just wealth they have. They have access to certain informations that ordinary people do not have. What's your thoughts about this?
They have access to a lot of people that do the thinking. Just like Ami. Yes, so the thing is this, is the stock market, is the Nigerian stock market. And for those that follow the stock market for the last 1 year, you observe that our stock market literally outperformed most markets in the world last year. And this is that particular go-to place that a lot of capital funds are coming in from outside Nigeria. And the listed companies are growing. At least you can literally see the companies themselves, not just their performance at the market, but at the companies themselves on the ground, be them the financial companies, be them the insurance companies. Thanks to a whole lot of the reforms that are happening right now, we are most likely going to see a boom in insurance because of the bill that was passed last year and signed into law. In a very short while, the tax reform is already taking place right now, taking shape, and a lot of the issues will be sorted out, but hey, we'll pay our taxes. The next thing is insurance. Before you know it right now, sometime between this year, I have it in the back of my mind that by the time you are walking out of your house, you are sure that, okay, good and fine, somewhere, somehow, I'm going to be asked, or I will need either my car insurance, or a medical insurance, or a property insurance, or a shop insurance. There has to be one insurance or the other that most Nigerians will be mandated to have. You even want to have it. What does that translate to? The insurance companies will grow. Last year, there was a capitalization for the insurance companies. I see it happening again. Yesterday, we saw just the dip. Today, we are seeing listed companies that sometimes you'll be wondering, is this even listed in the first place? One of the highest gainers is the MPF Microfinance Bank.
Yeah, I was surprised. The police force.
Microfinance Bank. So they are listed. There are a lot of companies that are, okay, Red Star, we all know Red Star. It is an international company. DCAP, Morrison, Niemets, Living Trust. They are all on the greens for today. Now, there are a lot of companies that you might not even know they are listed, but hey, always try, find out, read, ask questions. And it's not expensive or costly to get into the market. It's been made very easy. There are Nigerian apps right now, not foreign apps, Nigerian apps right now, that is a bridge between the broker and you. So you might not even need to call and say, okay, can you give me the number of your broker? You can actually go read up and use 10, 5 naira. Some shares are as low as that. And get into the stock market. We just want to see our market grow to a capitalization that the government can say, good and fine, businesses go down there and take $1 billion. That is what we want to see. And just a matter of time. Companies will definitely grow. let the reforms just keep being positive and working.
All right. So, Mukhtar, continuing from where SOUQ stopped, we're seeing a lot of gainers, we're seeing a lot of people, and he said the insurance is set to boom this year. So which sector do you think that we would really see a major shift, a major change as a result of what is happening in the capital markets?
Yes, insurance, definitely the oil sector as well, definitely the banks, the banking sector. And I'm looking forward to see, now we have a $600 million gold refinery in Lagos and the $200 million lithium plants in Nasarawa. I want to see those in the stock market. And I believe a lot of Nigerians will key into it, especially gold. People in the north, they believe so much in gold investment. Gold in the last 10 years has grew by over 1,000% in value. So we want to see those companies listed in the stock market, and we want to see more gold plants too, because gold is littered in almost about 13 states in Nigeria.
What about SMEs, micro SMEs? How do we get them into the capital markets? Let's take it to the next level.
The reason why they are SMEs is because they can't get into the stock market. By the time they become...
It's accessible to anyone.
By the time they become bigger, they'll definitely... It's just market confidence. If you can convince people that you are profitable, people will definitely put money into you. They need to be more transparent with their books, and they need to be more ambitious. And what are you doing differently? So we need more visionaries in that space. We need people that are more solution-oriented, people that are inventing new things. These are how SMEs can break into the stock market when you have a unique product that, you know. So even if you are new in the business, you are 5, 10 years, you are new, but if your product is so unique, it can convince anybody to put money into you. In fact, before getting to the stock market, a lot of new companies get seed money because of the unique products they want to introduce to the market. So we just need to encourage the SMEs, the entrepreneurs. No matter how crazy the idea is, they should have the faith to push through, to push to the market. And again, I'll keep talking about our judiciary. A lot of people want to put money into businesses, into stock markets, into SMEs especially. But because we have a weak judiciary, so in case things don't go as planned, people don't get justice in this part of the world, and it is drawing us back. So if we truly want the $1 trillion economy as fast as possible, we need to fix our judiciary system.
Trix, talking about micro SMEs, we know of a particular woman who has a food this thing around there. She did about, is it 1 billion, or how much did she do for just delivery? Now
But that's not an SME. That's not a small, medium scale.
She's an SME. She's actually an SME.
She's an SME.
SME.
Yeah, yes.
Hold on. As we speak right now, she's doing over $1 billion.
In gross.
Delivery.
In gross.
In delivery.
Well over $1 billion.
Yeah, in gross. Yes, she's still SME.
Small. No, she's not that small.
She's medium scale. SME is small and medium scale. She's not medium scale.
Small. She's
no, SME. We say SME.
Small and medium. $1 billion is not hers. It's from...
So now she's grossing.
She's grossing.
Yeah. She's still medium scale. But now how does she become...
Medium scale with how many outlets?
No.
She's got outlets.
Right.
Okay.
She's still medium scale business.
Is she still medium scale?
Yeah, she's still medium scale. So she needs to scale. She needs to scale now. If she wants to be
as medium scale.
No, I don't think so.
It depends on. It depends on their stock. It depends on the value of their business. But Amakeoge, I can tell you for a fact that the fact that Amakeoge is grossing $1 billion does not mean the business is worth.
It's not even her grossing the bill. It's the delivery company.
No. The delivery company,
Yes.
I mean the app.
Yes.
Roll out the figure that she grossed. So now, from the gross now, on every delivery, you have to realize that 500 naira is charged for the actual dispatch rider. On every transaction, a certain percentage goes to the owner of the app.
Yes.
On every transaction, there is plastic there.
Yes.
There is the paper bag there.
Yes.
Then there is she pays staff. So she's grossing. Does not mean maybe from a billion transaction, maybe our profit is 10%, which is very, very good.
Yes.
Which is very good. And that leaves her at a medium scale business. Because it's not really about how much you're making that makes you a big corporation. It's two things: structure and how you are able to scale.
Structure and scaling.
And scaling.
Right, so
that's what makes you a big corporation. Now, she has the potential to be a big corporation. Okay. But if she does not scale, there are so many people in Alaba that are doing 10 billion, 20 billion. It does not make them a big corporation. They are just a very big, medium-scale business people. Because they don't have structure and they are not scaling.
There's just one shop that are doing over 100.
That's where I'm going.
Still one man small business.
That's where I'm going. Some of these Uche at Ladipo selling this paper, to be surprised how much he has. How do we bring them in? How do we bring their mokers into? How do you convince them that, okay, you can actually expand, you can go into the capital market?
Well, they need to go into the capital market. Uche in Alaba doesn't need money from the capital market. But Uche in Alaba, is he open and willing enough to open his business for other people to come in? That's where the issue is. So the Dele in Balogo, whose shop is 12 floors here behind us, is he willing to open up his business and stop bearing Dele and Sons and say Dele Limited?
Dele Corporation.
Yes. These are the questions we need to
So
start answering.
I feel like the bridge is education. Point blank. It's education. Because you can look at colors at VIA here. And there is an Uche in Alaba market. Right?
Yes.
And colors decide to deal with certain customers, give them insurance. December, I painted my room, my living room, and the painters, they broke my TV. I went back to colors, they give me a brand new one. They say, okay, your payment includes 80% insurance. Just pay 20% of the value of the TV. And if you want to upgrade to a bigger TV or a more later TV, we'll tell you the difference. We'll calculate your 80% on the value of the TV. And I got a brand new TV in December. Because I took it there thinking they will fix it. And they said, let's check. Oh, you have insurance on it? Yes. Insurance is they partner with a certain bank to insure 80%. They say they don't want to do 100% because people will just be intentionally breaking their TV and bringing it back.
Well, we don't do
So now, it's structure, and Colors is owned by Lebanese. In fact, all the top managers there, they are all Lebanese. So it's just education. Bigger warehouse, good location, structure, insurance, all of these things. So if for anything, if tomorrow somebody tell me, let's go to Alaba market, you get it cheaper for 100K. But because I know if it gets broken, I'll get a new one. I will not go to Alaba, even if you are saving me 150K. So it's just, at the end of the day, it's just education. When you go on TV, you see adverts from Colors and other big brands that sell these things. So a lot of our business people, they learn business the local way. There's a name the Igbos call it. I can't remember right now. That's how they learn it, even the Yorubas. And we've seen a lot of uncles, a lot of our parents could not scale their businesses because there is no education. I used to have an uncle that used to be very, very rich. In the 90s, he imports Vespa. When Nigeria was moving from Vespa and Lady Benz to what they use for Okada now, they used to call it Lagata back in the days. All those Jincheng and all of them. He was stubborn. He said, no, will never work. This is not strong like Vespa. Today, he barely gets by. So a lot of businesses were lost because at every 10 years, every 5 years, there's a new technology, there's transformation, but we are unable to scale and to have a structure because of level of education. So not enough business people go to business school. You see young people now, even though they've made money, they go to London for business school. They go to, we have Lagos Business School too now. People go there. You see Peter Obi now. Most of the foreign degrees that he has from Harvard, from Oxford, that I will talk about, are for businesses, are just business schools to help him scale his business. He has a chain of supermarkets across the country and is sitting on boards of bank. And that is why he's consistently improving himself. So we need to encourage, but we're in a society where people say school na scam. And that is why you look at all the big corporations now, even the indigenous one, they're owned by foreigners. The biggest project in this country now is being done by a local refinery owned by Lebanese. The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway is a local construction company, but it's owned by Lebanese. Okay. And we have so many local construction companies, but we refuse to scale. We refuse to have structure.
All right, so coming back to you, Chooks, you mentioned something which I want you to pick up from. You said with Uche and Sons, will he be willing to now change it to Uche and... So, what are the benefits to Uche, to Sade and Balogun, that if you go into the capital market, this and this is it?
There are the benefits are enormous. Just like Amin said, education. Now, even with this education, we need to get our people to get their minds off 1960, 1970. Osoya and Nwaboy, they are means of establishing people. So now, after establishing the person, you need to scale. Typical example, Elon Musk became the richest man in the world again. Why? All because a portion of the share in his company went back to the stock market.
Yes, yes.
The same thing Dangote is doing. He's bringing 10% into the stock market. Now he's going to add more than that. Now, what that automatically does is that it's more than, it depends on what happens in the stock market. It can turn you times 50, times 100, times 1,000 overnight. All because you open up your business for people to buy into. And they just put money into your business so that they now own a part of the business. Then now comes corporate governance. 100% open books. We need to start seeing that. If you follow our history over time, you see just like you said, very, very rich men in our villages, at home, in the state. By the time they spend their time here and they die, that business is gone. Why? Because it's just one man business. You can mention names, even major
Abiola family.
Before that, after that, a lot of people. So we need to get our mind set to that particular place. And there is something China does. China will force that business to expand. If you don't, they will take it off you, give you some shares, and list it. And that is why, although their governance is different from ours, that is why tomorrow you wake up one day and you see that 1 billionaire is missing after 8 months. You get to see him. I don't know if you understand. So we need policies that will make businesses that are viable to go public.
All right, let's, before we go on a break, let's quickly take one more story. Domestic refiners say they have the capacity to supply more fuel to Nigeria's local market this year than importers did in 2025, signaling a potential shift away from reliance on foreign supply. Now, the declaration was made on Tuesday amid ongoing efforts to boost local refinery and reduce import dependence. The Crude Oil Refiners Association of Nigeria said its members, including the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, can supply all fuel volumes required nationwide without recourse to importation. The group cited increased refinery capacity, operational improvements, and expanded distribution networks as key enablers of the projected supply increase. Despite these claims, petrol importation remained Nigeria's dominant fuel source in 2025, accounting for 62.47% of the total premium motor spirit consumption. Analysts say a full transition to local supply will depend on sustained refinery operations, pricing competitiveness, logistic efficiency, and regulatory stability. The shift could reduce foreign exchange demand and improve energy security if fully realized. So I remember last year, Dangote, one of his press conference, said that, well, even though some people said, he said that people holding dollars should, have a rethink that very soon, that it won't have really much of that strength, because what local refinery, what is petroleum company is doing, or his refinery is doing rather, is making the naira to go down. It's making everything.
The dollar to go down.
Making the dollar to go down, beg your pardon. Making it to go down, that people should start selling their dollars. When he made that claim last year, I was like, what's this man saying? I mean, it's just only Dangote. But now we have the Petroleum Association coming out to say that they have the capacity to provide more fuel than what importers did. So what are the, how would this affect petrol importers? Do you think they would fight back? Would there be a blowback? Because they are also in the business. They have to make profit. And we saw what they did to Dangote.
Yes, just like when the child is growing, you start to crawl, then you start to walk. You walk, you fall. You are always there looking and make sure he or she doesn't bump her head or his head on a chair or something. Dangote has passed all that. Thank God he's the one that took the baby steps for others to run. Now, the question I want to ask is, aside Dangote, who are those other refineries? That is my own question that's coming to my mind. Okay, Dangote, where are the other refiners? Can you mention your names? We have several smaller modular refineries from the Water Smith and Co. Can we really say, okay, this is what is coming out from them? We are still told that something is coming out from Port Harcourt and Warri. Can we really ascertain? The question I will ask again is, what is really coming out from? Is it blending or refinery? If I know, I'll be the richest man in Nigeria right now. There is crude quota that is going to NNPC refineries. That is on a monthly basis. Who exactly is accounting for those crude quota? But that is a story for another day. Can we refine all we need? We have Dangote right now. We cannot say stop importation because we need that competition. Yes. Do we really need the competition? Yes, we do. To drive the fuel price down or up? We need the competition. So Dangote cannot just wake up tomorrow and... I'm not saying he will, but we need that competition. When we have 4, 5, 6 of them, we can now say, okay, let's stop importation. Even at that, on his own, you will just know that it is no longer profitable to import. So the government will not need to go and say, let's ban. No. On its own, you will just know that it's no longer profitable. It's just like those that were selling fruit juice in the first era of Obasanjo. He tried doing a whole lot of banning. Then he opened and gave a lot of companies access to start making them here. So you naturally saw that a lot of the fruit juice that were important aside the ban just started disappearing because local production was good. We need the importation to reduce because it's putting a lot of pressure. It's the number one pressure point on the Naira. Number one pressure point in search for FX. So if we can turn that tide around, then that's good and fine for us. I really wish BOA was coming up this year. I really wish. We have one around, is it Ondo State government? I can't remember. They are building or they are done. They partnered with, I think, they partnered with a country. Is it Canada? But we don't know how well. Construction or done? Not done. Construction.
They just got the license.
They just got the license.
Larger Deepwater Refinery.
Thank you.
It's going to be a 500,000
that's coming from the former Senate president, his company.
It's called the larger Deepwater Refinery.
I think it's in partnership with, is it Canada? One particular...
I don't have the details, but yeah, there is that one. Okay. And there is another one coming up in Ogun State, 100,000 barrels per day. Okay. Then there is BOA in Akwa Ibom. Then there is the Edo States, another one in Edo States. And then we have a lot of modular 13,000, 10,000, 15,000 here and there in Bayelsa, all over the place.
Even
in
if
Delta.
It's 100, let them just work. At least they can service the village where they are.
Yeah.
That's the most important. Let them just.
And some of them can focus on petrochemicals, not necessarily PMS. Yeah, they can, there are so many other things they can diversify into.
All right, coming to you, Mokhtar, he says we still need importation. to drive competition. But my question, first of all, is, yes, if we do, can we actually meet local demand? Do you think we can actually meet local? Because even Dangote is not getting enough crude. He has to import crude. So can we actually meet local demands this year?
We can meet local demands. The reason why Dangote, we cannot meet the demand for Dangote is very, very simple. Nigeria still rely heavily on the revenue from the sales of crude oil.
Okay.
That is one. Dangote wants crude oil at a discounted price.
Okay.
So he does not want to buy at a premium. So, and that is why we cannot sell all our crude oil at a discount for Dangote, because Dangote is not a state refinery. Dangote is a private company. Yes, we want to support him, so we can sell a portion to him at a discount to encourage him. But knowing fully well that, for example, Dangote is now the net exporter for jet A1 fuel in America. So if we give all our crude oil to Dangote at discount, it means we are subsidizing America's aviation industry. So that is why we cannot afford to give him all the crude oil that he needs. But if today, if Dangote come out to say, I'm ready to pay premium, it even saves Nigeria the logistics of trying to export crude oil to Europe, to Asia, they'll sell to him.
If he pays premium, wouldn't that affect the local consumer? Because, of course, he has to make his profit if he's paying premium.
But the question is, if he's able to compete with the imported fuel, they are buying crude oil at a premium in Europe, in America, and can compete with him with price. So why can't he compete, especially now where there is no logistic cost of bringing the crude oil by ship to Nigeria? So Dangote just, as a Nigerian, and because he's like a unicorn now, he's doing something that nobody has ever done. He can demand support from the states. There's nothing wrong about that. But like Yoruba would say, Onyoni, because the other people in that industry globally, they are not buying crude oil at a discount from anywhere. They are buying premium, and they are able to compete with its price. So even despite logistics, it costs a lot to bring finished product from America to Nigeria. And if people can bring it, or from Europe to Nigeria, they can bring it paying for that logistics and still be able to compete with Dangote, then that means Dangote is making good profit, and that is what we want for Nigeria corporations. So, but at some point, when they become 2, 3, 4, 5, when the industry is now sustainable, Nigeria will not be able to sell crude oil to this refinery at a discount, because there will be too many. So they will have to find a way to survive, like the other refineries in the world. And in fact, the West African market is enough for all of them to dominate, and the rest of Africa.
Why not drill more? Drill more.
Yeah, investment. So we have to, and that is what.
Supply more.
Yes, I agree with you. We need to drill more. What the government can do now is what they are already doing already. They are doing a lot of reforms in that sector, and they are all the policies. And from what we can see, even up to December or early this month, we're still seeing investment coming in, about $2 billion coming for the upstream. So the government is doing what they can do as regards that, and the investment are trickling down. And when the investments come, they don't start drilling immediately. The money is here. They have to bring in equipment. They have to bring in. So it takes time. So sometimes it takes 18 months, 2 years, 3 years before we start seeing the result of the effort. But we have to survive, and we have to make decisions before that happens. And that is the reality. We still rely heavily on crude sales, and therefore we cannot sell all our crude oil to Dangote, a private business, profit-driven business, at a discount. So he needs to find a way to make a business work. Because at the time that he was building the refinery, let's not forget that we were producing 800 barrels per day, the crude. So he cannot say he based his business model off of that, because about 700,000 barrels per day was even used to pay for loans. So what is left for us to pay to sell for revenue is 100,000 barrels per day. So Dangote cannot say he built a 650,000 barrel per day refinery depending on 100,000 barrels production from Nigeria. So he needs to survive. And like I said, like Yoruba will say, Onyoni is just, it's just, okay, because I'm the first person to have refinery, I need this, I need that, and yes.
All right, so now, this particular statement is coming from the Association of Petroleum. Do you think would it carry more weight if it was coming from the federal government, the NNPC, if they come out to say, yes, this year, fuel supply locally, we would achieve it? Would that carry more weight than the association?
I feel...
or should it come from them? Should this statement not come from them?
The government cannot say that, because if the government is issuing this statement, it means they are taking a side. So the government at this point, because there is no competition in the local refining space, the federal government is using the petroleum importers to checkmate the price. That is how we know what price is fair right now and is working. So if the government is now making a statement that seems like it's siding a side, then there's no longer competition. It means they are taking a side. But right now, what I feel the federal government is doing is they are pitching the importers and Dangote against each other in an healthy way so that the people can win, because the federal government is there to protect the people. So they are pitching them against each other, okay, who has the better price. Even though everybody knows the right thing is for the federal government to protect local industries by putting tariff on importation. They did it and they removed it to, continue to encourage that competition till we have 2-3 refineries. And even at that time, they can form a cartel and still operate as a monopoly. And when that time comes, I hope government will still have more tricks in their sleeve to be able to break the cartel and still encourage competitive pricing in that sector.
Tricks, lastly, what we are hearing is fuel supply. Nobody's talking about fuel price reduction. Would that translate into this?
Yeah, we need the fuel in the first place before we now talk about the price. Okay. It's what you have that you can put money or cost on. Through last year, we did not experience where we are coming from, where we have to queue at the pumps for a day or two. And now we are looking at better days ahead. No more subsidies, so nobody's giving me an excuse that his ships are somewhere in the sea and he's waiting for government to pay. That era is gone. Now we see Dangote having to compete with whoever is bringing whatever product into the country. And they are also saying, good and fine, Dangote, this, importers, that. Now, let's have that competition among refiners. Prices will come down. If the market is flooded with products, and we have tank farms all around that are filled up, you have to sell. We cannot authoritatively say this is the actual cost of this product. Because even the guy that is blending or refining abroad is also making a whole lot of profit. It's his personal business, so he might not tell you, but we can only do an estimate. Can prices come down? Definitely, yes, they can. The questions we should now start asking ourselves to, the Petroleum Act and the bill, is it possible for us to take away any encumbrance whereby you can operate in the downstream, operate in the upstream, and operate the same in all the streams? Let's say Dangote and a BOA can go drilling and also bring to refine and also bring to sell. So we need to be able to break all this encumbrance and say, if you can, then do it. They are saying, no, don't do it because somebody's going to control. Hey, so if they can invest into drilling, into refining, and into selling the final product, let's let that happen. As long as the country itself benefits from all this. Will the prices come down? Yes, I have strong feeling that the prices will come down. The only issue I'm having now is regional and international conflict. By the time this happens, we know very well that oil prices will go up. Then if feedstock go up, it need to affect the end product. Another issue is what is the US doing with Venezuela at the end of the day?
You know, I said, on this table, I said it that I don't think U.S. oil operators going into Venezuela is going to work. And I saw it on TV when Donald Trump, the president of the United States, met with all the major American oil companies. And they told him that Venezuela is not investable because the local players are going to push back. They will start kidnapping Americans. They will start shooting at them. And you can bring all the Navy SEAL. People cannot really work and be productive under exchange of bullets and bombs. So they told him point blank, we are sorry to tell you, you've just done this in vain. Venezuela is not investable. And I said it on this table.
Nigeria was a typical example of that. I think anybody that needs to learn taking over the oil industry by force should have learned from Nigeria. Because we had a typical case of, this was not even country against, this was just a region saying, no, let's talk. So we're a good example for anybody trying to do that kind of thing.
All right, I think we are due for a break right now. When we come back, we will take some comments on our social media page. Stay tuned. It's SOUQ Business Landscape. We will return shortly.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800
2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens promise. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. We're still here. Chooks, John Rogers, and Mokhtar Alami, and myself. Let's quickly take a few comments on our YouTube page. Not much here. We have praise saying SOUQ Business Landscape with some emojis. Gladys is saying, SBA with a gentleman. Sure, it will be a great conversation. Perry is also saying good morning. And we have another one. The move has strong potential. I think that's Ekaite Eunice talking about the local refinery statement. So let's take one of our stories again. Now, this one says, states hosting internally displaced persons are eligible to earn up to $12 million each. I take that again, $12 million each per state under a new World Bank-backed initiative, provided they meet strict benchmark on data management, governance standards, and social integration. Now, the incentive-based financing targets states with significant displacement burdens and links funding access to measurable reforms and verified performance outcomes. The support is drawn from a $300 million concessional credit approved by the International Development Association for the Solutions for the Internally Displaced and Host Communities project. Now, the agreement was signed between the federal government and the World Bank, with funds to be disbursed in tranches tied to compliance milestone and independent assessment. Officials say the project aims to strengthen state capacity, improve service delivery, and promote inclusion for displaced persons and host communities. Now, analysts note the approach could improve accountability while easing fiscal pressure on state, but weak data systems may limit access for some state government. I like how it emphasizes on data management. We remember what happened when was it Borno that went, half of the city went underwater. Maiduguri went underwater. Billions went into that. Billions of, I'm talking dollars, went into that. We saw videos of people in a canoe throwing agege bread.
There's no agege bread in Maiduguri, just bread.
Okay, well, throwing bread and a pack of noodles to a family of 5. And billions went into that. Now we're saying this one, that each state, $12 million.
Okay, $12 million.
Now let's look at transparency,
accountability,
with data management. How will the state be able to, because these are the requirements. Do you think they can meet this requirement?
Meeting the requirement is not an issue.
Data management. We don't have a census. We've not done
It's not data management of the country, it's data management
of the state.
Displaced people within the state. Data management for the ID, the camps housing the internally displaced people. It's not data management for the state.
Okay.
But we should first query some of these figures. 12 million to the state. Will 12 million help Edo State that has well over 6-7 ID camps with over 4-5 million people? These are questions we should start asking. What would $12 million do to them? Another question we should ask ourselves, is this a grant? Or at the end of the day, the government will have to pay back in one way or the other? So these are things that we need to find out on our own and be able to say, okay, good and fine. The data management is not an issue. Once the people that are on ground decide to do the right thing, they have data to follow up. Now, implementation, if this monies come in the first place, what exactly are we going to do? The era of handouts policy should end. If you give somebody 500,000 naira without empowering him with a skill or a means of being able to generate that same money, you are just throwing water in a basket, because after 2-3 months he'll come back and open up his hands for you to give him another 500,000 naira.
Yes.
How are we taking them out of these camps? Wherever they came from, is there peace there now? Can they relocate back to where they came from? Or if they can't, are we willing to integrate them into the communities where they are? Are we most likely going to see conflict arising from this because the conflicts are there already? You have two different cultures that are merging all of a sudden, it's not even gradually. Because some displaced people have just had to move because their place were no longer habitable. How are we making sure that these people are integrated back to the society, whether in their own communities or in another community? These are questions that are right there in the face, not just getting hunger and sleeping and medication available at the IDP camps. The 12 million, thank you very much, but I hope it's a grant.
All right. So coming to you, Mukhtar, first of all, first questions, the obvious one, do states have data systems required to qualify? Secondly, let's look at how this would be distributed to meet the actual person. We're talking about providing accommodation. Trix is talking about skill acquisition. And of course, it's also because, I mean, you can't just give them handouts and you don't expect them not to come back. So how would states navigate all this?
Early last year, a U.S. Congressman, Scott Perry, made an allegation at the U.S. Congress that USAID, which is a similar fund to this, are being used to sponsor terrorism in Nigeria.
Yes.
This is a very weighty allegation coming from somebody in authority in a place of authority. So, and it's no longer a rumor that a lot of governors and a lot of government officials are refusing to reintegrate internally displaced people back into the society because of funds like this. So in 2026, and as a patriotic Nigeria with the knowledge of Nigeria that I have, I don't think we need any money, loan, grant from World Bank to be able to take care of our internally displaced people. I believe that we have all that we need. We see how the private sector came together in 2020 to support Nigeria during the COVID when people were not working.
Yes.
And I believe they can do more. There is Dangote Foundation. This is not a PR. That's around the year they reach out to people. I personally know one of their foot soldiers that does this inquiries. He has no affiliation with the government, and they actually reach out to people. If government can be more transparent, more big corporations in Nigeria are willing to help permanently relocate these IDPs and reintegrate them back into the society. But this kind of foreign money, I want to believe that is further encouraging terrorism and these IDPs. There are a lot of places in the north, Borno, for example, you have people that are already spending 10, 15 years in IDP camps. That just shows recklessness and I don't know.
Whose fault is it?
It's the fault of the governor. It's the fault of the governor. How are you keeping people in IDPs for 10, 15 years? It's supposed to be temporary settlement to reintegrate them back in the society. Because 10, 15 years ago, about 2/3 of all the local governments in Borno State were overtaken by the terrorists. And that has since changed. We just have pocket of communities, affected now. The question is, if we don't reintegrate these people back into those communities, it creates a wide field for even the terrorists to operate, for them to move around in our society. We cannot keep people forever in IDP camps. There are so many reports coming out of IDP camps, how able-bodied men are just unemployed, just, reprograting there. They are not doing nothing. Kids are not going to schools. They claim that, they school them in the IDP camps, but it's not happening because private individuals have gone there to make documentaries. It's an eyesore. It's even traumatic to watch those documentaries. So, and if this kind of money keeps coming in, not just from World Bank, from even EU, from the America, and so many other, international bodies, I want to believe that is the reason why a lot of governors are still keeping a lot of people in IDP, because they now become a source of revenue, like a cash cow.
If I may come in, apart from this, we also have states that are prone to flood. And it rained just barely last week, or was it yesterday? So, and we have states like this. Do you think that some of these governors, they just sit back and wait for this money rather than fixing the problem, building dams?
I was going to say that there's no problem that does not have solution. There is no problem. In Russia, over the weekend, snow cover is covering buildings up to 4-5-story buildings. Are we going to say Russians should abandon their country and go to somewhere else? The government needs to find solution to the problem, however they are going to fix it. So if there is flooding problem, we know that dam is the solution. And when you are building the dam, it's not solely so that there won't be flood. The dam can be used for irrigation, for agriculture, that can give us all year-round agriculture. So all these things, sometimes they make governance seem like a rocket science. It's just common sense and genuine love and compassion for your people. That's just it. And just, for you to want to serve beyond personal gains. Because how much is $12 million? That's a measly 16 billion, 13 billion. Some local governments in Lagos make those kind of money. And we are talking about state governments now, with all the potentials that they have. A state like Zamfara, where when rain falls, people pick gold on the floor without digging. When rain falls, people pick gold on the floor. In Borno State, they have some very rare stone that is sold for millions and tens of millions of dollars per gram. So these governments, they just need to get to work and bring investors that can turn this God-gift to prosperity for the states and for their people, that can employ their people, that can build their cities for them.
Chooks, Mukhtar mentioned something that caught my attention. He said it has to do with the love, genuine love governors, leaders have for their people. So it brings me to another question. Rather than waiting for grant, loan, or whatever this is, should we not find a way to include this in the state budget?
But it's there already.
It's there.
Yes, it's there.
We are still collecting more. So it boils down to accountability. Back to accountability.
It's not just the accountability. It's we have a crop of politicians who their interest is in the next election, not in the job they were elected for. So that's why you see that people come into office, and after 1 year, the plans have resumed for the next election cycle. Nobody is talking about implementation of what you promised that you are going to do in your manifesto. Taking care of the citizens the way government can is there. That's what is budgeted for. That's what the budget is for in the first place. So implementation is always an issue. We are saddened that we don't have that large percentage of crop of leadership that we want to see. Shamefully, that is just our own present reality. IDP camps should not be a permanent base where people live. It's 100% wrong. IDP camps should just be like our NYC camps. A period of issue, people come, they are taken care of, they go back to where they came from. If there are emergencies, we'll move them there. After the emergency has been sorted out, they go back. Not a permanent community, because that is what we have right now. If you go to Edo State, you see people all the way from Maiduguri, all in Edo State. If you now go to the Borno's place, it's just there. It's shameful. It now looks as if this particular community has to be there. Just like he said, I remember in the era of the Ecological Fund, that is what we are having right now. They are getting funds of this particular crisis, and states are on the go regularly, looking forward for these funds to come. And for these funds to come, that means the IDP camp needs to be present.
Should states partner with CSOs?
They are there. They are presently there.
But they complained during the Maiduguri that they did not.
NGOs, CSOs, they are all there. It's a vicious circle. At a point in time, I can't remember the governor, they had to tell NGOs in Borno to leave. Because if you're telling me that there are bandits and there are terrorists everywhere, how come, okay, they are killing the people, how come they're not killing the NGO people? How come the NGOs are thriving? And the issue is still there.
That's the allegation, that some of these NGOs, when everything is quiet, they pay for attacks so that they can request funding from their offices to say, oh, this village is attacked. We need so money to take care of them.
You remember his first submission from the Senate, from the gentleman in the US. The USAID, who were they funding? They were funding NGOs. Their major funds were going to NGOs. So it's that same circle. We have to get that mindset that an IDP camp is not a residential place. It's just a temporary place to take care of people and send them back to where they came from, or relocate them. Just
what's the time frame? What time frame do you propose? 3 months, 6 months?
3 months is too much. If not, you see, we've gotten to a place that we have forgotten the meaning of a failed government. If people are dislocated from where they are and they can't go back, that governor has failed. I don't know if you understand. That means that governor has failed. If I cannot secure my people for 4 or 5 years, I have failed. If I cannot plant enough food and have to come to federal government to give me money to pay workers, I have failed. But do we see it in that light?
Quite interesting. Let's quickly move on to our next story. The Lagos State government announced it will begin a 64-day rehabilitation of a 20-kilometer of the Lekki-Ekpe Expressway on Sunday, January 25. The disclosure was made by the Special Advisor to the Governor on Infrastructure, Mr. Olufemi Daramola, during an inspection of the corridor, according to the News Agency of Nigeria. Now, the project initially scheduled to start in November 2025 was postponed due to logistical and preparatory delays. Now, the state says the revised schedule ensures that contractors can mobilize resources and complete preliminary works before full-scale construction begins. Officials note that the rehabilitation will improve road safety, reduce travel time, and enhance transportation efficiency along the busy corridor. Motorists are advised to plan for traffic adjustment and diversions. Analysts say timely execution could set a benchmark for future infrastructure projects, while delays risk worsening congestions and disrupting daily commutes if not managed effectively. Well, what's your thoughts about this? It said it was postponed, but now it's back again. How do you see commuters, especially the blue collars, navigate this time? I think that's along your corridor. How would you navigate?
Definitely is my corridor we're talking about. Coming to work this morning, I saw the heavy equipments, they were back on the road, several of them, and they've kind of cordoned some parts of the road out already. We need alternatives. That side, there is traffic on a daily, with or without the construction or the rehabilitation, whatever name we decide to call it. Okay. Now we have the new coastal road, the first phase of it. We will ask the government, please open up that stretch. Let that be an alternative for now, because we know very well that once those heavy machineries start work, that place is going to be a mess. So please give us an alternative. Open up the first phase of the Lagos axis of it. Let people be able to commute. Then also we will need a lot of enforcement. Lagos is one city, aside the government's transportation scheme, Lagos is one city where you wake up in the morning and your transportation fare will change from 5 naira to 500 naira in the evening.
Yes.
This needs to stop, because this is where the transporters are going to head to next.
Feasting.
This needs to stop. So, dear Lagos State Governor, Governor Sanwo-Olu, we have to beseech you to do something about that. Please do something about that. And also, as you're doing this construction or reconstruction, thank you very much. But also remember that sometime last year, you said we were going to have new buses. It came with a message of trying to phase out the old ones. Whether you're phasing out, where are the new buses?
The one that was supposed to phase out the yellow buses?
Okay, give us the new buses. We need it now. This is when we need it the most, because with the traffic that is going to come, we will need buses that will be able to commute that particular axis, because that is where you say you're going to put those buses. We need buses that will commute that particular axis through this other alternative route and make commute at least easy. At least that will reduce the stress on people going to work.
Coming to you, Mokhtar, if you remember last year, there was a particular road closure that happened, and it caused a major traffic. One night that David Mai himself had to, order the opening of that place, because the traffic, I felt, people around Lagos Island that day felt that, because a lot of people slept on the road. It was major lockdown. Do you think we would experience that? And what are the alternative routes, alternative solutions to this?
The alternative route, like Mr. Chuk said, is the coastal road. I've driven on the coastal road a couple of times in December. It's a very good alternative, and there are a lot of police that are deployed there to make sure that there is it's safe and there is orderliness. But a big part of a major construction on a major road like this is the road diversion. Government needs to take their time to properly inform people of diversion. They need to cater for every community on that stretch, on how they can go to work and come back. They need to realize that people going to work and coming back is how they are able to fund the roads, because people go to work, they earn money, they pay taxes, and that is how you are able to fund the road. We should not forget that. And we should stop treating the citizens like animal, like, oh, they were just, and they'll figure it out. You have to create information through social media, through traditional media, by physical signs on the road to say, oh, if you are staying in Ologolo, this is how you will link the coastal road. If you are living in Jakonde, this is how you will link They should start treating us like we are paying for the roads and they are there to serve us. They should not be treating us like they are the owner of the state and we are just a tenant and we just have to adjust when they are doing whatever they need to do. And in my own opinion, 64 days is too long for a road rehabilitation. And I hope, for the sake of the working class, the middle class, I hope this construction is just going to be midnight. It's time that we get to that part where road construction, especially rehabilitation, when it's not, if it's new road, you can construct it for as long as you want, at any time that you want. But for a busy road like that, that caters to about more than 1 million people every day that needs to go to work and come back. I will advocate that they limit the construction to from 12 midnight and 5 a.m. every day. And it shouldn't be more than a month. The example, I was going to give the typical example that you give. They fixed a bridge in 48 hours. That's a bridge. So, and now, if, I don't know what kind of road they are trying to construct, but if it's the same coastal style that they are constructing, it is machines that is laying the concrete, and they just run the machine. So, in 6 hours, the machine can lay 3 kilometers of concrete between 12 midnight and 5 a.m. And then, you know, the entire stretch is about 20 kilometers. So you can achieve this in a month, even if you are working only in the midnight. So we should start valuing the time of, you know, valuing time in general. Like we cannot continue to afford to inconvenience people for 6 months. That is on one part, that's the commuters. What about people that their livelihood depend on the traffic on that road? There are so many businesses on that stretch. When you close it down, they don't get patronage. So the loss that some business will bear in 1 month, they might not be able to recover in an entire year. So we should look at everything holistically, and we should start treating each other with courtesy and treating each other like human beings. And they have to remember that no matter how poor some of us that apply the road are, our little tax, even if it's VAT on whatever we are buying, is how you are able to pay for the road. So you have to treat us like we are paying for the roads.
Treat your taxpayers with respect and do not make life hard for both the 9-to-5ers and others plying that road. Let's take the next story. Major listed brewers in Nigeria generated combined revenue exceeding 1.54 trillion naira from beer and non-alcoholic drink sales in the first 9 months of 2025, highlighting the scale of consumer spending on brewery products during the period. The figure is based on unaudited financial statement released by leading industry players. Nigerian Breweries PLC, International Breweries PLC, and Champion Breweries PLC all reported strong top-line performance for the 9 months ended September 30, 2025. The results show beer sales remain the primary revenue driver despite inflationary pressures, weak consumer purchasing power, and amid rising production and distribution across cuts across the sector. The revenue performance underscores the resilience of Nigeria's brewery market and its continued contribution to manufacturing output and government tax receipt. Analysts say sustained demand reflects entrenched consumption habits, aggressive pricing strategies, and wider product portfolios. However, profitability pressures persist with foreign exchange volatility, energy costs, and excise duty expected to shape earnings. I remember when the price of fuel went up at one point, and former President Obasanjo said if Nigerians could afford so amount on a bottle of beer, they should be able to afford the price of the increase in petrol. Basically, he was just trying to say that we are large consumers, or we consume large volumes of both alcohol and non-alcoholic drinks. And from this report, it's showing that. But what's your thoughts on all this? And why is this so?
Why shouldn't it be so?
Because when you look at it, everybody says Nigeria is hard. Things are hard. But yet, the breweries are they're cashing in. So is it that the
country is also cashing out?
Is it that people are still, they have money to spend on this thing, and they don't have money to spend on other things, and their scale of preference?
Okay. Back to the Obasanjo comment. I think at that particular point in time, he was just trying to justify what and where he was going to. Revenue of 1.54 trillion coming to the coffers of the government is one big one. Should our breweries be doing well? Yes, our breweries should do way better than this. We import more beverage into the country than we produce. Than all our breweries put together, we still import more.
Non-alcoholic.
Both alcoholic
we have
and non-alcoholic.
Local breweries.
We still import more. So let that sink in. Or we are a population of 250 million. And for those out there, there is no sin in drinking, so don't let somebody push you. There's only sin in overindulging. Whatever you do too much, that's where the sin is. Now, alcohol...
Right on, Pastor.
You're welcome, sir. Now, alcohol beverage is a product that some countries have taken to the next level and have made it a national earner. Why can't we? If we can do this, this is, some of this was also sold out of this country. If we can do this number times 10 of this number, that is 15.4 trillion. So imagine if the government is getting half of 15.4 trillion, that's 7-point-something trillion. Take this away from our budget. You see what that particular industry alone can do for the national budget.
But that would require Nigerians to consume more.
It doesn't require us to consume more. It requires us to export more.
Okay.
It requires us to export more. Now, let's break it down. Let's break it down to pieces. A single bottle of, I won't call the name, but it comes from Mexico, will give us a trailer load of a brewery, of one of these beers, one of this beer beverage. A single bottle of that particular drink. So what stops us from also replicating to them? I don't know if you get the drift. And those ones don't come in single bottles into the country. They come in crates. We need to get our priorities right. The country is good. We are very good at running breweries. We have shown that. Now we have to replicate it on how can we find our African brothers and send this product to them? How can we do a good PR and market this product to them? We need to do better than this. Then for states that are collecting this money and saying that you can't establish this here, I think it's another story for tomorrow.
All right, we have actually run out of time, and that's a wrap for today's edition of SOUQ Business Landscape, from government borrowing and market movement to full supply infrastructure and global media shift. These stories don't exist in isolation. They shape how money moves, how businesses plan, and how economies grow. Join us next time as we continue to track trends behind the numbers. I am Olumide Shokoya. Chooks.
Thank you very much for being there. Thanks, Umar. Thanks, Olumide. Hey, let's do this again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you for being part of this morning. Have a great day.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. SOUQ Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reforms processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FIRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal land revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration. And he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have, the issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
The rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry? What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
Great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I've met people that does medium and small. I've met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money,
I'm a people man now. I suppose like money very well.
When someone is alive, when you're going to be saying. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still in this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining, the this are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a help. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, the person wants to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now is all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital. No amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this nylon now, per one nylon now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate one line, two line, three lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Business is not a child's play, I want to say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning, but I must say if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business.
The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area AFCFTA offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. Is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on SOUQ Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
I'm from Akwa Ibom State, Eke local government precisely. My primary school at Akwa Ibom Church Primary School, so young Eke, where I grew up in the early 70s. I moved into government secondary school at Eke. I finished my school set in 1981. It was a jolly good experience. Before I moved over to Lagos, where I did my higher school, Federal School of Art and Science, Victoria Island. And from where I took my JAM, then I got admission to study English and literary studies in the great University of Calabar. Growing up was fun. Education was fun. We enjoyed the bits of our life, all we went through there, from primary to secondary school, the dormitory lives, my friends, my colleagues. Coming over to Lagos was quite an experience. My first time in Lagos, arriving after a tortuous journey back then. Went over to VI, studied along with some blue chip children. Federal School of Art and Science then, as it was called, just where you have the law school now. It was quite an experience. And back to University of Calabar, we had quite a drill, the studies of English language and literature. I happen to have specialized in literature, where we did a thorough work on all the spheres of literature, the landscape of literature. We almost exhausted it with key professors and lecturers. Talking about Afro-American literature, Caribbean literature, South African literature, Russian literature, literature of social protests. Then we come back to African literature, where we explored the whole landscape. African literature, African drama, African prose, and storytelling, folk tales, and trickster stories. It was a huge experience that changed my life. And coming over here, finished our youth service, did my youth service in Imo State then. We had respect as corporate. We were well treated. And came over back to Lagos, looking for work in Lagos, 1988, 89. We started a magazine in Lagos here. We call it the Hits magazine. It was tailored after the Right On magazine. It was a music magazine. We started that stuff in Lagos here, and then we couldn't sustain it because of the finances. Luckily for me, I was able to run, got a job with the bank, and then I started a marketing aspect for the bank. From the bank, the merchant bank, when the bank went under, I decided to go solo. That brought me to the book industry. I have always have this passion for books, right from my primary school to my secondary school. My mom was a teacher, a successful teacher. We were encouraged to read books. We used to hide ourselves in the libraries, my local government libraries. So when I got admitted to the University of Calabar, all our long vacations, we were always found in the library. Of course, there was no GSM then. The library was our contact space, where we go to the libraries to get information about when the school is going to resume, because apart from news, radio and all that, you may not know when the school is going to resume. But when you meet with your friends, you know, in the library there, we meet with some other undergraduates, Uniben, Nsuka, Ife, some of our friends who were studying there, who came home for long vacations. So we interact with them, and before you know it, we hear, you people are going to resume this, that, and that's how my passion for books get strengthened. When we resume schools, we exchange novels. We look for novels to read. We look for African writers series. We look for Headley Chase. We look for exotic books. We started collecting books. When we finished reading, we shared the books to our friends. We talked about the books, and from there we were able to explore the world. We sat down in the library and we knew what was happening in the apartheid South Africa. I did so much about the history of South Africa. I read about the Zulu aftermath. I read about the Mau Mau Wars, the challenge of colonialism, the pro-colonial times. I had a good teacher who taught me history in the secondary school, Miss Tooten. He did a yeoman's job. He led us through the whole spectrum of West African history by Adekunle Aromolaran. We talked about the Oyo Empire, Songhai Empire, Timbuktu, the Great Mali Empire. You know, all these things stir up our curiosities. And since then, we never departed from books. I've worked in close association with the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, IPAN. These are people that do analysis for products, water analysis, analysis of waste and effluent, radioactive activity, food and drug analysis. We have worked with quality control experts across the industries. We have worked with establishments where they do root crop research. We have worked with the pharmaceutical research industries, medical research bodies, malaria research establishments, cancer research establishment. These people look for us for specialized information in the management of special disease and treatment in oncology. People in the area of traditional medicine, alternative medicine, natural medicine. They look for, we are partnering with the Nigerian Institute of Science and Technology, Institute of Natural Medicine in Victoria Island, to work with them in the area of the development of herbal medicines in Nigeria. We have books we partner with them to promote. You see, medicinal plants from eastern Nigeria, medicinal plants from the northeast, medicinal plants from the southwest, medicinal plants from the south-south. We market these books for people who want to know. No, we are working now on the production in partnership with relevant institute of the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. We know about the British pharmacopoeia. We know about the American pharmacopoeia, the Japanese pharmacopoeia, and herbology. We are working towards having the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. This is going to be a compendium of materials that talks about medicinal plants of value, medicinal plants that have healing properties. We are working with specialists, pharmacognosy, phytochemists, and by God's grace, this is going to coming into fruition. We partner with the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and all kinds of health bodies that we can't even mention. So many of them invite us for their annual conferences, which is rotated across different states in different years across the nation. So we've traveled, and in most of these conferences, you have experts, deans of faculties, heads of departments that reach out to us with informations in books and journals that are relevant for their students and for their practitioners. We don't only market reference books and textbooks in all fields of study, all fields of human endeavor. We also market relevant journals, research journals, peer-reviewed journals in sociology, in psychology, in law, research journals in oncology, in public health, community medicine, in nursing, research journals in nutrition and dietetics, food science, international relations. We partner with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in Victoria Island. We have key journals in world affairs, African affairs, and these journals will help them to distribute to all relevant establishments and departments that need it. So it has been a great job, very taxing and exciting. Each book added a new spectrum of learning and knowledge for us. When we got into literature and poetry, we explore a whole lot. When we went into American history, the black history, we read about the nation of Islam. We read about Elijah Muhammad. We knew the struggle they had to go through, racism and all that stuff. And it really inspired us to see what we can do to add value to knowledge. And it has brought us this far. So it's been passion, not really born out of the money and whatever. Of course, when you have value to present, you'll be appreciated in many ways. We have had sundry appreciations from establishments, from institutes across West Africa and beyond. You know, we partner with international publishers all over the world to source cutting-edge materials for our clients. We take pains to go through a lot of materials that come in here. Whether there are new materials or whether there are new, we believe that when you are doing research, that is what is called cross-cultural research. You start from the past and then come to the present. Research in any field, what happened before, where we were before and where we are now, and then we'll look forward. So we have a lot of materials for our clients, and we are on an endless journey of search. When we started this business, we came face to face with HIV. We go after books on HIV and AIDS. We got them across to our clients and our readers. As we went further, Ebola came, and we sourced for materials for medical virologists. It's a virus. Clinical virology, we gave the books to them, and they were very happy. We got the materials. We did what is called public health awareness to get people assured that these things are preventable. That is not the end of life. You see, when you have the information, you have the confidence to practice, you are not scared of whatever. Whatever is coming in probably had happened before. All we need is for new information to combat the emerging diseases. There are journals that deal with emerging infectious diseases. We provide these materials for practitioners, and it has served the purpose over the years. secret of my success has been the impartation of specialist knowledge, tertiary knowledge for professionals. You know, education and learning is a lifelong journey. People talk about continuous professional development. For instance, in the media world and the real estate world, we have partnered with people who are doing media studies, you know, the print media, the electronic media, mass communication as a whole. We have provided a lot of materials for them. So now we have specialists in the media, we have special editors, screenwriters, short story writers, photojournalists, you know, and we provide them these materials. In the real estate world, we have attended conferences of real estate practitioners, providing cutting-edge materials for them in real estate development, information technology, property development, property law. All these materials assist them in the practice of real estate. We have gone far more. We work with people, the QS, quantity surveyors, town planners, environmental managers, people who do environmental audits, environmental impact assessments, you know, space planning. We work with them, you know. And these materials we get from all across the world. If you are practicing in this area and you need materials to improve your services and the value you are creating, you will need us. We have a whole list of experts in different fields that reach us when they have challenges, when they have need for special information to solve specific problems. They reach out to us. They call, yeah, a bookman, all range. We need books in this area. For instance, we had the former Minister of Health, that great woman, Ponja Iwala. She will always call us, look, all range, we need books on international economics. And we used to give her books on international economics. And many other experts like that. We have books for people who are doing radioactive interventions, people who are doing environmental management, people who are doing analysis, food analysts, all over the spectrum. We provide books for them. Food engineering, we give them books on food contaminants, food additives. These are not books to just go to anywhere and get. We have been able to interface with them, Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Reading has a tremendous impact on influence on human life. It helps you to appreciate issues, ideas, views, and opinion. It makes you an active participant in intellectual discourse and in intellectual environment. You are not ignorant of what is happening around you. It makes you a leader. Yes, not all readers are leaders, but most impactful leaders are readers. Books will change you. Books will empower you. Books will give you self-confidence. When I sit down with architects and I'm discussing, I talked about landscape architecture. I talk about interior design. They begin to wonder whether I studied architecture. Then I started talking with oncologists, gynecologists, maybe gynecological oncologists. They think that maybe I studied medicine. I didn't do no medicine. I've been able to read some books, interface with them. I have attended their workshops, so many, and I've read their books. Some books that come to me, I try to go through the introduction and the preface. I try to. Books in all areas. You understand? I was looking at a book on anesthesiology, and I found out that no serious surgery could be carried out without an anesthetist. Surgical intervention, is it abdominal surgery? Is it cancer, oncology? You need a professional. These are people that manage the airways. When the patient has been numbed with drugs for the intervention, the surgical experience, maybe for 3, 4, 5 hours, there has to be a resuscitation. And this is the specialist area for anesthetists. Not all doctors can handle that. You are doing cesarean section. You are doing ENT surgery. You need them. So you have a team of doctors that will invariably handle a serious, for instance, at the orthopedic hospital, we want to do amputation. You have the plaster people, you have the hematologist, you have the anesthesiologist, then you have the surgeon, who is a very good orthopedic surgeon to handle amputation, whether it's amputation of the legs and all that, because they have to manage, the hematologist will manage the loss of blood, then the anesthetist, then the orthopedic nurse will be there. Then we have the theater nurse will be there. All of them well kitted for the operations. It will look as if they are going to travel to Mars. Safety procedures, management of spills, cleaning, and everything. Then rolling the patients to a special, maybe it's an amenity ward where they are going to keep the person to manage the post-operative procedures and all that. Of course, there are pre-surgical experiences, the tests, the examination, the review and all that before the real process. So these are not things we learned overnight. It has taken a process of time. And we got to know that, oh, this is how the deal is done. Great insurgents of e-materials, e-books, digital books, and of course, the World Wide Web. It has helped us to access materials easily. But you see, initially people were afraid that with the advent of the e-books and all that, that the textbooks, the physical books, will be phased out. But that is far from the truth. Libraries still get their core text and materials. They have the sections for the core text and materials and journals and serials. Then they have the section we call the digital libraries. Polytechnic libraries, university libraries across the countries, they have these sections. But my experience with these digital libraries has been the management of digital libraries, the power situation in Nigeria, and the maintenance culture. Most of the institutions that started with the e-library, they have always come back to complain that these materials, within a short spell of time, because of instability of power. You know, the computers and all the digital infrastructures, they need steady and standby power supplies. Most of them have acquired the solar systems to power these equipments, but truly speaking, it has not been sustainable. Sometimes we have some dubious students vandalize these facilities, and then people always have to fall back on books. With the smartphones now, students can get a lot of materials and all that, and they read, but I can tell you that people who are doing serious research, they come back to us for books. You are doing research, you have to do your references, your bibliography. You have to show evidence, materials you have read, both online and offline. You are doing your doctorate program, master's program, to whatever level. At the level we are now, we believe that we've added value to education, to training, and to teaching. Our next phase now, we're trying to see how we can give back to the society through our interface with like-minded NGOs. We are started our book cafe, all-range book cafe, where we invite people. It's a private library to come and read and study in a relaxed atmosphere, where you can come in and do your book reviews. If you're a writer, you come in and do your book reviews, review your textbooks. Going forward too, we also have our NGO, which we are working on, that borders on environmental management. We call it the Campaign for Sustainable Environment. This is a program we have been running the last 5 years. We are talking about global warming and climate change. We do environmental education.
First of all, I may ask, who is 65 years old here? Some of us, we are not of the age. And some of us, we are above the age. We have to appreciate God's presence, keeping us long life and then prosperity. We see the day, it was so fantastic to us. So we are celebrating this in the spite of the force. 65 years, you calculated day and time and hours. Over millions days, over 1 million days. And the way we call about the years that we know. So let's multiply 65 times 365. It gives us a long protest. Now, if by grace of God you are around for 65 years, that is a good news for you. You have to take care of. Some did not have, some of us, we have it. So we have to appreciate, to celebrate. And moreover too, whatever we do, we have to thank God for His grace. Give us the opportunity to see the day today, to celebrate it with all ourselves. Whatever good or bad, we marry together and we formulate ourselves good Nigerians. That's the best thing to do. Yeah, surely we have the leaders. In everything in home, you have a leader. Father, mother, they are all leaders. And moreover too, they have to give us what it takes. And no, the child or not anybody cannot pass through parental aspect of it. So definitely we have leaders who can lead us for a better height. Now it's by prayer and supplication. We know a lot. The challenges are not what we expect, but at the same time, he meted for 65 years, so we have to appreciate whatever they do. The point that I have to motivate and encourage them, whatever they do the right thing so that to get to the bottom of our children's generation to come forward. That's the most important. The fact that presently we are finding a lot of difficulties in the spirit that we have the leaders, where we want to look at it is most important, our education. And moreover, parental aspect of it to take care of the children at home, to know their values and whatever they do, they are not worthy to that. So automatically there's no job creativity. That is one. Education was not going high. That two. Then automatically our medical sector was not quite okay. So they have to adjust to structure that area. Then they can move better forward. No, it is naturally. It's a many are called, but few are chosen. Some of us, we are leaders. Some of us, we are religious leaders. But along the line, our mindset is not working toward goal, what God has planned for our future. And moreover, too, we did not go to the right direction. The main fact that everyone have his own way of operating. Now, when you get to the Bible, there are a lot of things you can be able to quote, and you will see that most of us, we are interested in one particular area, not by godly. Particular, all of us have come short of the glory of God. Moreover, too, a Redeemer came to redeem us, probably if we have hope, and if we have trust in Him, therefore we can make things different. But the point is that, are we able to submit ourselves? Then we can carry on the responsibility to make the world to better tomorrow. Now, the government has to sit right because probably they take a mandate and power, so they do not listen to anybody's advice. Moreover, too, they are not reading. They are all part of political issues based upon their mindset. It is not today it was happening because the Pharisees and Sadducees are doing it in the past many years. They are now fine-tune things and put people away from the system wherever they know the right thing to be done, not be done. So automatically, those are the things that are giving us a step back. Now, area they have to come in to put things right, they are not there because nobody will checkmate them. They have power to even to question me or whatever they have. They are controlling the economy, whatever it is. That is the main fact. But the point is, they have to look down that the generation comes are most important. Now, in by and large, when you look at the Bible or whatever I can see, the Word of God is telling us, God gave us a commandment. In the first thing, we are naive. And moreover, when God created man, most of us are naive in a certain way. There's no law. And that law was broken down after Moses, before the law came to the world. But we turned the law to our personal self. Now we make our own law to define our law. But the law, what God gives us, we abandon it outside. So that is the reason why things are fall apart. And moreover, too, we didn't value those laws. But if we cherish the laws, by this time we can get better way of life to live. Because we don't care what is happening. We care for ourselves, self-centered. That's the way forward we are seeing today. So most religious leaders, many are interested in the world, not in spiritual. And when you don't have the spiritual backing, with the Holy Spirit that speaks to us, or anywhere, whether you are Muslim, whether you are Christian, when you know yourself that this body belongs to God, then there's no need to even to go beyond. We tackle it when we are all understand the fun factor. The problem we have in Nigeria is very simple. If all of us will understand that we love each other, there's no love. We love money more than God. And naturally, when you look at Luke 16, he will tell you more about it. And when you look at the same thing, you look at Matthew 5, he will tell you something about this, he will tell you something about the same thing. We are interested in money. You go to the street and see, some they are dead, but they are living. That's what we see today. Children have been drinking something what you don't understand, and at the same time, they are on their own. They cannot control them. Nobody can control their emotion, whatever. So they have a lot of problems. I'm afraid if probably 20 years back, maybe those children I'm talking about, 17, 21, 20, 25. The way they are living right now, no education, no business, no nothing. Now, 20 years back, I would be more than maybe I'm 100 and I don't know, God will take me. I cannot talk more. Moreover, to that 20 years, this country, if we don't fish out properly, will damage the country because those who want to rule us, those 20 years children, 17 years, they are now reaching about 40 or 45. And 40, 45, they are being government. What are they going to do? This is my fear. It's fear that all of us, the religious leaders, any elders, wake up and build up your children to infrastructure, restructure them, and at the same time, impart the knowledge of God to them, let them have the fear of God and that to work modalities. Now we are gradually want to go to World Cup. That's our mindset. When it comes to sports, all of us are one. But when it's no sports, we are not one. I want you to understand that. When it comes to sport, Nigeria is one. When we are not without sport, we are not one. We separate ourselves. Because once you are Nigerian, you have to support Nigeria. That's okay. Only sport brought us together and put sanity to our face. We smile by sports. When we win or we lose, we know what we do. It takes. Now, that's more. Grassroots football is most important. I can give an example for some people who have done it and they make it. Today in Drusu, we were able to carry under 16 to 17 World Cup, and he's surviving it. He make the World Cup grand. Now we can talk about Yemi Teller. He did the same thing, under 21, under 17. He made it under the grassroots. Now, we don't cherish the grassroots football. We didn't value them, they are important. There's no provision toward that. Probably if the FA have plans for under 17 tournaments or league playing within the communities, I think we can build up. Moreover, too, in schools, we are not cherishing schools in all sports affairs so that we can get a grassroots from the children. That is number two. But if you are now believing that we want to have a national team, we have to bring somebody import from England to come and play. Who doesn't play the league in Nigeria? Today, we are facing challenges. Reason because most players we have in national team, none of them are playing league in Nigeria. There is no proprietor handled club side in Nigeria no more because taxes are too high. And government was not doing any work, probably. It didn't care about sport, but only went to count to cherish them that, yeah, we have done well. But if you are pumping money to that particular area, we can build up better. Give us the grassroots, we can make it. It depends upon how we could do it. That's my fear. I want to talk to our parents, and I want to talk to the nation, I want to talk to the government. Please, I am saying it. I'm not a soothsayer, but spiritually, psychologically, sit down and watch what is going on. If you are here, you are fine, but get outside. You see a lot of things you never see before. Children of 17 years, they're drunk. They do a lot of things. Now they are holding phone. Even technology are killing most Nigerians right now. Parents are holding phone. They don't care what the children do. Fathers or mothers that do the same thing. They hold phone from morning to night. They are looking what is that TikTok or whatever coming in, and they say they will get money. Now they are now looking for inwardly of getting money. Say, call me, chat with me, I will get you money. This is what is going on. The children are not interested to work because there's no work. Now we are automatically. If you have a children, you have a problem. One, if your child want to marry, ask him whether he know how to cook food, a female or male. They all eat fast food. So what are you going to do? Nobody can cook. If your in-law come to your house tomorrow, you say, I want to eat something. He say, it's not ISO at all. It's a disgrace. And we are part of the system. We never support our children. Then moreover too, we parents too, we don't do well. And moreover, government too is not our system. Now school fees are too expensive. We have private schools are very expensive. Nobody checkmate what is going on. And moreover, the government school, we are not giving the facilities they need. Probably we have computers in our schools. Government schools. It's better. Only private school have it. But the government school, they didn't care about it. Whatever you gain. And this is government school. That is the main thing. The government know what it has. You have to build it the better way so that other schools should follow the same process. So moreover, the school education is outright. Let's forget about it. If we want to talk about education, because we are not ready. Everybody is now for business. And that business, illegal business, everybody is doing what is pleased itself. Likewise that, if the government have interest, then if we, the parents, have interest in what our children we have, because somebody don't have a child today, say, I want to have a child. He will force himself to have a child. But can you take care of that child? These are the main things we have to talk about. In the future, we are parents, we have not done well. So we have to checkmate ourselves that look at the mirror and look at yourself. I'm fine. The same fine, let's make sure the children will be fine. Everything God created is good.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and what should I call myself? A pseudo-politician, not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by SOUQ to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor and social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the Sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do. you know, and she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. You know, she studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory, yes, he was in the 1st cabinet in the 1st Republic, the 1st ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's 1st information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's 1st information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's 1st ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Ocean State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the 1st set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC, because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. Well, that's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Osun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Osun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. There's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. And there was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpopo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we're proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay? So those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. You know, we help out. Because, I mean, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, you know, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it, but we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at J.K. Randall Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing. you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters Advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Linters. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times, you know. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akadusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies, because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking, and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. He just wants to talk to you. So he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impart it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the new stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. I mean, people are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah? And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. I mean, thanks to our mobile news. I mean, we talk to people in any village in Nigeria. And suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. Let's get back. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I said, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer-oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times, my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feel important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor, students, poor market women, you know, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay, so that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must just say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to, so there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still growing. Now, the bank for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. just pick up your bell and you ring and you know, the governor of Central Bank will come shaking it, you know, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor, go and do this, go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them. And you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, you know, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So what, I mean, look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You know? I mean, you had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. You know what Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this place. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. I mean, we all know simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother's carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalinde, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold and make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Ibochire, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up to where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you are reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I got to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Ibochire Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, even when his dress is khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. You took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they like. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. I mean, to talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them. Because they're not going to take us over. I mean, they are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you. I mean, because you have been moderately successful, for instance.
African music is everywhere, from Lagos to London, from Accra to Atlanta, from Nairobi to New York. Our sound fills stadiums, dominates charts, and shapes global culture. But behind the applause, there is a hard question we must ask. Who really owns African creativity? Yes, for too long, our music has traveled the world, while the value stayed behind. The songs became global hits, but the creators stayed local and often broke. This is not just about music. It is about ownership. It is about power. It is about intellectual property. Because when you don't own your work, you don't control your future. My name is Omevi Idolor, and this is Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. And I'm not doing this alone. I have my favorite person with me in the studio, Emmanuel Amolo. Welcome to the show.
You did it right this time around.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, baby. Hello, Lagos. Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Africa. Yes, we are on the midweek edition of Just Africa. Of course, like she rightly said, we should not be taking our intellectual property for granted, because look, there's so much money to be made in this, even if there's nothing at all that you won't take out of it, that is your creative brain power or brain child. You have to make money out of it.
Yes.
That's essential. So we have to pay attention to the conversation for today, because our very delectable guests will need us to help us break down some of these things. And quite rightly, me too, I want to learn, because I don't even know that what I'm doing now is a
a few days ago, there was a trend on social media about a particular name, Rattel.
Yes, was he married that man, and what's his name again?
Yes, so, the story was everywhere that VDM has been using the name
Rattel, yes,
for a period of time now.
Yes.
But the name was not branded.
Was not trademarked.
It was not trademarked,
yes.
And I have heard the CEO of Femi Wash Limited, he always talk about something. Trademark your name. Trademark your name. Trademark it. So when this topic came up, the Rattel drama just came to my head, and I said, yes, everyone knew that you were using the name. Yes, you were doing, but you never trademarked it. Now you see what we're saying. So intellectual properties, trademarking them, it's very, very, very important. So for the fact that you are singing a particular song or calling someone a particular name does not mean you own it.
You own it, yeah. Even what's this? Is it Donahue? There's an American actor. He had to go trademark a statement that he often used it in a movie, right? But he had realized that a lot of people tend to ascribe that sentence or that phrase to him. And he doesn't want them to now use it as a bad thing, so he now has to go and trademark it. Everybody, you don't even have the right to use it unless you consult him first.
You get it.
And these are people that are smarter. They are knowing that, look, at the end of the day, apart from the fact that there's money to be made, you have to also protect your birth, your creative products that you bring out. Because at the end of the day, look, you don't want them to malign your person.
Yes.
Or somebody to use it for a bad thing. So, I mean, there are so many ways to look around these ideas that you have. Trademarking is just one of it. Copyright, don't play with your copyright. No, but I think we here in Africa, we need to learn more.
Yes.
We need to learn more.
You have to take ownership of what you have. So today we examine the business behind the beats, the contracts behind the chart toppers, and the rights that decide who gets paid and who gets left out. We explore how music rights work, why African creatives are losing billions, and what must change if the next generation is to build wealth, not just fame. So the global future of African creatives will not be decided by talent alone. It will be decided by knowledge, protection, and ownership, because creativity without rights is exposure, but creativity with ownership his legacy. We'll go on this quick break, and when we return, like Omolo rightly said, we have an amazing guest who will be talking to us on this conversation. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show. So on today's episode, our focus is on intellectual property, music rights, and the global future of African creatives. Our guest, Rosemary Ofuegbu, is an entertainment and intellectual property lawyer and a global music business consultant. Rosemary is uniquely positioned to lead this conversation. Why? As an entertainment and IP lawyer with global experience advising artists, labels, and creative businesses across African and international markets, she bridges legal practice, music business strategy, and rights management. Her work focuses on empowering creatives to negotiate fair deals, retain ownership, and build sustainable careers in globalized industry. Hello, Rosemary. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Murphy. Thank you for having me here.
Yes, you are very, very much welcome. So let's go straight into the conversation. So many African creatives focus on fame first and contracts later. So in simple terms, why is intellectual property the backbone of a sustainable music career?
Thank you very much for that question, Omevi. You see, intellectual property is the backbone and indeed the entire framework of what we do in the music industry and in the creative industry generally. And this is because the works that are created, the artistry, the music, the designs, the films, all of these are tradable commodities, which, you know, they are works that have been born out of people's intellect and their creativity. And so these are their assets. These are non-tangible assets, which can be used to as a bargaining chip or as some sort of collateral to get, you know, bigger deals or get into some other spaces. And it is very, very important that you focus on, that artists focus on ownership, control, management of their intellectual properties, because these are the works that are going to take them really further. Now, the fame is good, and possibly the fame attracts value to these works, but at the end of the day, the fame is fleeting. And so we must think long term. We must think as business people and create value for these catalogs while retaining ownership.
Okay, so what is the real loss an artist tends to face? Maybe the first few times, what is the real loss an artist experiences when they ignore IP, money control, or credibility generally?
I think the biggest losses that artists face would be in their rights and the royalties. Of course, these are interwoven. They are not mutually exclusive. So when you, at the start of one's career, you get to sign away your rights, you sign away control, you sign away management. And then that is because maybe a label has promised you a big deal or a huge sum of money has been paid to you. Then that money might eventually get to finish. Of course, it doesn't last forever. And then depending on how it is managed, it gets to maybe stretch longer or disappear faster. But the biggest losses that they have will be in their recording rights, that is in the masters, because these are the rights that the labels really take control over. They take control of the recording rights in the masters, and the labels get to own these masters while the artists get to work for them, create music, and only get paid a fraction of what their catalog is actually worth. And then these losses are critical because some of them are very permanent. I mean, we've had instances of artists, I don't want to mention names, who have come out in the public to decry the deals that they had at the start of their careers and how they have negatively affected them, in that some people have even lost the use of their brand names. They can't use those names anymore because they are now properties of these labels. And this is because there was no proper consultation of a proper entertainment lawyer or someone with legal expertise in the industry. And so, or they were probably just carried away with the glamour and the promises that were made to them. So these are some of the disadvantages of going with the flow and not consulting lawyers at the start of the career.
So you're a lawyer, yeah? And a fine one at that. Don't worry, I'm only just trying to tease you a bit. But quite often, which of these clauses do you think artists, especially African ones, tend to overlook and then they just sign off on? That you've noticed over the years that you've been doing this? They probably just see it and they just sign off on it. They don't even know the implication.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, Emmanuel. First of all, the term assignments. Now, people don't pay attention. No, that is not what it means.
Yeah, you said assignment. That's what we do.
Yes, exactly. So assignments could be homework if we were in secondary school.
Yeah.
But that's not what it means in a contract. It actually means selling off your rights. So when you are assigning your rights, you're selling it off permanently. And it is very tricky in that you may not, of course, not a lot of people do have that knowledge as creatives, which is why there's the need for proper entertainment lawyers. So you could inadvertently sell off your rights because you did not understand the wordings that were used in the contract, right? So wherever the word assignments of rights is used, I would be very careful in knowing what I'm assigning because that could lead to a permanent sell-off of such catalogs. Another clause that I would, off the top of my head, advise creatives to be wary of is perpetuity. You see that word in perpetuity? It is quite dangerous because that means that you are signing off your rights or your copyright for the entire term of copyright. And even afterwards, yes, and even beyond that. So you have sold it off or you have signed it off in a spur of the moment agreement without even understanding what you are giving away. Another clause to be really careful about will be recoupment. Now, this one is interesting because some people hear the term recoupment or recouping and they'll be like, okay, yes, of course, I'm going to earn some money from my catalog or from my music. But they don't pay attention to how many percent gets recouped by the labels and how many percent is coming to them. And then how many percent of what? Because some of these rates or ratios are really very tricky. So you may think that you're getting 50% of, someone may say, 50% royalties. And then the question that you need to ask is, okay, 50% of what? Because when you hear terms like 50% of the net artist royalties, that might just be 50% of someone else's royalties. And that person's royalties might be, 2% of the entire pie. So when you look at it, you're getting only 1% of the entire pie. While in your mind, you've thought that you're earning 50% of something.
Yes. Wow.
So that's another thing that
I'm going to want to follow up, but I want to drop a very fast one here. What do artists ever bother about these clauses when they come to you, or they just feel, I just needed the lawyer?
Sometimes they do. I've come across some really enthusiastic creatives, because I don't want to just call them artists, that would be boxing them.
Okay.
I've come across some really enthusiasts. They are interested in knowing how the business works behind the glam, behind the music, behind the creativity. They want to know how the business works. They're thinking as entrepreneurs, which is very important.
And how about the ones that are not thinking like entrepreneurs?
Well, that's where we come in. We get to point them in the right direction. We get to highlight some of these things and make them understand, which breaks my heart when I hear people sign deals without proper consultation. Because even if you were to, it does cost money. But would you rather spend money at the start and then know that you're going into something that you fully understand, or spend millions trying to get out of it much later? Because I have had cases where people have tried to buy out their catalog, which they sold unknowingly to these labels, and they're trying to buy it out, but the buyout fee is what, 250 million, 500 million, what, $1 billion naira? Where are you going to get that kind of money from? They don't have that capacity.
Okay, so I'm going to ask this question like a very random creator, especially the ones in the music sector. Why would I need a record label?
And that is a good question, because interestingly, I had a conversation about that with a friend of mine, that recently the record labels are gradually being edged out, especially due to the fact that a good number of the independent artists, or the artists that are coming up these days, they tend to be more independent. Some of them have funding, which is what the labels were primarily programmed to offer: funding and access. Now, thanks to digitalization of the industry, you can have access to people from literally all over the world, from the comfort of your home with your smartphone or your digital devices. So the question of why you need, I wouldn't say the labels are in need right now. I would say it is good to have, or they are good to be with, depending on which label you are, depending on what you are getting out of it. Regardless of who the label is really, what are you as the artist? And this is me speaking from the position of protecting the artist's interest. What is the artist gaining out of that deal? That is what should guide you to know whether you do need or you don't need a label.
So, I mean, fleshing that out, right? Because I restricted it to music first. Again, people who do creatives are in different sectors. What would those ones need? If I don't need a record label for, I'm just a painter, right? And I've got creative ideas and all that. So what would I need, since I don't need a record label, since I'm not into music? What would you recommend that I need to have on my own side if I want to scale up?
I mean, for a painter or a fashion designer or a dancer, you may need to take your copywriting very seriously, especially as it relates to some of these, especially when it comes to dance, because dancing is something that is not tangible, right? Yes. So you may want to take some extra focus in how you protect it. So do your dance move, record it, and then you have made that intangible move something that is tangible because it is recorded. Do you understand where I'm coming from? And then in terms of funding, I guess some of these creatives do have independent bodies, or they have access to grants. And yes, so these are some of the avenues that they can use to promote themselves. Exhibitions as well for the artists. There's a fashion week for designers. And these are all places where you can get to showcase your talent and have some attention put on it, and then scaling up from there.
Okay, so I want to ask Rosemary, why is legal education still missing in African creative spaces?
I wouldn't say the education is missing. I think a good number of people are still figuring things out, one. And then two, the creatives themselves feel or are sometimes very reluctant in patronizing or using the services of lawyers and people in the legal space. Now, I say this or I take this position because there are a lot of learning platforms, right? There is the Music Business for Africa or the Creative, the Music Business for Africa, the creative industry platform that has been set up. There are several other webinars. There are books to be read. There are mentorship programs. And I feel like in terms of educating oneself as a legal professional, a lot of these opportunities are available. And I am also setting up something which is currently in the works and will be launching soon with a few other lawyers in the space as well to create more knowledge or opportunities for learning and getting practical hands-on experience for especially young lawyers and then undergraduates, because entertainment or music industry has a specialization that is not taught in universities. So it is an experience or it's a learning that you get to have when you come out of school and you're starting in the real world. So I would advise anybody who is interested to join or go do some research. Find some of these platforms where you can get to educate yourself. Read books. There are a lot of books out there that will give you the basic education or the basic knowledge that you need to start out.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about international deals, but before I go to that, you talked about reading, getting books and all that. Some of our artists, let's say music now, let me just limit it to music. Most of them came out from the streets. Some don't even have an idea of what we're talking about right now. Those kind of people, how do you get it? Because they just want their songs to go viral. They just want people to hear the song. The moment they hear the song, they'll invite me to celebration, they will invite me to come perform, become the next Davido, Wizkid, and the likes. So those kind of people, how do you help them practically now? How do you help them understand the importance of ownership?
Or maybe see, unfortunately, that is the problem of, and I don't even want to say it's an African problem, because we have met some people from, the US who have also gone into the business without proper consultation, or they have just gone in with vibes and not necessarily protected their rights. It's rather unfortunate, but realistically, there is no way we can 100% account for every single one of these artists, because it is not exactly in our place to go into the streets to handpick. Yes. And I hope this doesn't even come out as being very harsh, but there's no way we can go handpicking the artists in the streets. Yes, we do get to hear of them when they have achieved some level of fame, but it is quite unfortunate that if they do not take the extra step to get this knowledge for themselves, and a simple click on your phone will let you know, okay, this is what and what you need to start with if you're going to take this seriously. This is now going beyond the fame, like we talked about at the start of this. Yes. This is going beyond seeking and chasing fame to having that entrepreneurial mindset. Do you understand me? Yes. So when you're now thinking of it, of yourself as a business, then you start putting these things in place. And then the first step is to go and find this knowledge. Otherwise, I'm afraid, but rights are still going to be lost. A lot of artists are still going to be moving on vibes and just hoping for that big break and chasing fame instead of chasing ownership and business.
Yes. Okay, so let's go to international deals. When African artists sign international deals, where does the power imbalance show up the most?
When they do sign some of these international, I think the power imbalance shows up more in the structures.
Okay.
Now, outside the country, there are well-established CMOs, collecting societies. There are the publishers. There are the distributors. There are, all of these organizations and unions that they have formed. Now, back in Nigeria and really in Africa to a very large extent, we don't have the greatest systems in terms of rights management, proper tracking and accountability, metadata updates. We don't really have that. So when you go into some of these deals with international organizations, the power imbalance usually shows up in one, the limits to the knowledge that is owned, especially when the artist is brokering this deal by himself or by themselves. It shows up in the limit to the knowledge that they have. It shows up to the weakness in the structures, the governments, and other unions and collective societies that we lack or are not properly functional down here. And then in terms of structure, because some of these international deals are really detailed and their languages are very, I just more sophisticated, and then not understanding, because sometimes or a lot of the time when these deals come through, they are dealing from their own side of the market or from their own understanding or their own perspective of what the African market will look like, or even what their own market looks like, and not focusing on the African market, as a market on its own, trying to learn. They're trying to just basically import what they have. So that is where the power imbalance is, because we find out that their purchasing power is different, their streaming numbers are different. They have, in terms of streams and royalties, they have more, in terms of user bases, especially for the DSPs, they have more people who are premium subscribers, as opposed to back in Africa or in Nigeria, where a lot of people still use some services for free and only a fraction get to pay. So that power, or that power inequality, it just shows up in some of those little details.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Rosemary. Now, creatives want to associate with international names. They want, okay, I'm featuring this person in my movie, I'm featuring this person in my music, I'm featuring international brands, international names. So people tend to sign away some important things because they felt, if I associate with this person, my work will go global. So what should an artist never sign away? Never, no matter how big the offer is.
So I don't think that there is a never, because I like to deal on these things on a case-by-case basis, right? And then depending on what you stand to benefit from the greater, or what is going to be the greater good, you may want to give away a larger percentage of something that you feel, no, I could never give. For example, using the example of, I think, Burna Boy and Last, there was, that was obviously a sample. He sampled some part of, and then I can't 100% say, but I believe that he had to give away some substantial part of the royalties for that sample. Right? And then the same as a lot of other artists who have had to go into some of these partnerships with artists who are, especially those who have more clout than them, who are going to be able to take them into bigger markets. You may want to focus more on collaborating and breaking into these markets as opposed to holding on tightly to what is presumably your rights and not sealing the deal per se. So it's a question of balancing the greater good, letting go of some more portion of your rights, and having a wider fan base, essentially.
Okay, before I let this look like it's an all-women interview, I'm still here. Barrister, I do know that there are some areas in creatives that many of us in the creative sector are not so familiar with, right? One of it is publishing. And when we say publishing, we always tend to think it's books, right? But it tends to apply to some other things. Please explain it, because when we also see publishing, now we're thinking it's just book, you now sign off your publishing rights. Please explain what publishing is in terms of other creatives.
Oh, okay. So publishing in music terms is essentially a world apart from what it means in books.
Wow.
And this is the part that a lot of people run away from, because it is the mathematics of the music industry. You know how we used to run away from maths back then? We didn't like mathematics. I didn't like mathematics. So this is where you have to start calculating. Yes, that's what But really, for every music, let me start from there. For every music, there are two sets of rights. There is the master's right and then the publishing rights. Now, the master's typically encompasses what we hear as the final product. So you're listening to that song on radio, or you're listening to it on the streaming service. All of that falls under the master right. The publishing, on the other hand, it deals more with the composition. So we are now breaking that song into its different elements. First of all, there was a songwriter. Before that song was recorded, there was a songwriter. Then there was a producer. If we had a guitarist on it, there was a guitarist. If we had a drummer, there was a drummer, right? And then all of these people came together to form that one song. So that is where publishing protects. Now, publishing protects the producers, the writers, the mixing engineers, the drummers, basically everybody who took part in the composition of those songs. Now, a song, the people who administer typically the master's rights, that would be the record labels or the artist, if the artist is independent. While on the publishing side, and this is still one song that we're talking about, bear in mind, which is why it's a little technical, and some people don't like to bother their head about it. The publishing side is really the part where everybody should be responsible for themselves, because that is long-term earning. That's your composition rights. And you don't even have to vocalize on a song. You don't have to perform a song before you can own publishing rights on it. Just the mere fact that you were involved in the writing or you are the producer, automatically you have some rights that have accrued to you. Now it is your responsibility to properly exploit those rights, as opposed to it being with the record label, if the artist was signed to a label, or you have to obviously exploit these rights by yourself. So make sure that your works are properly managed and registered with the CMOs, get a proper publishing deal to help you to collect, unless you decide to self-publish, which is a lot more difficult or tedious. I'll put it as tedious, because it's a whole lot of work administering the publishing side. So yeah, that's really in summary, that's what publishing is about.
Thank you.
In fact, this conversation is going to another level. And because of time factor, I'll quickly ask this question. Do female creatives face unique IP challenges in the music industry?
The answer is yes. And yes, and this is not even a sisterhood campaign, but I personally used to have that, or be of that opinion that everybody was having equal opportunities, but we have seen division lines across the kind of deals that are being offered to females and their male counterparts. I can't quite say what exactly is causing that disparity. Probably because of, the females like getting marriage, childcare, childbirth, and then just general development. But we have still seen, despite all of that, we've seen females who have been able to trump all of these and emerge victoriously. I mean, look at Arista, look at Tiwa Savage. These are people who have been able to set the pace and run with it. And then more than the mainstream, a lot of female artists also have niche listeners. I will take the example of Yemi Alade, for example. Yemi Alade is a very powerful voice, and she may not be as mainstream as some people, but she is very, very, she has her own fan base, she has her own listenership. And some other artists who we may know or may not even know about, who are making good money off their music, who are getting paid, just doing what they love on their own terms. So it's not necessarily about being, on the headlines or being mainstream before you can earn money or before you can be relevant. As long as you have your own community, you have your own niche, and you're able to stand there and rule, yes, definitely, women are doing really powerful things in the industry.
Okay, so still on this lady stuff, is the issue protection or being taken seriously at negotiation tables?
I would say it's a bit of both. And it's not just about not being taken seriously. Sometimes they are not taken seriously. Sometimes the deals that are being offered are just, what's the word? There's a word I'm looking for. The deals that are being offered they're just radically different from what are offered to the male counterparts, in terms of funding, in terms of marketing and push, in terms of benefits and, stuff like that. So I wouldn't say it is. I think with a good or a strong negotiator, a good lawyer, a good manager, these deals can be turned around. No matter how bad it is on presentation, it can. And I will always advise, if you are not satisfied, don't even be afraid. Don't be shy to walk away, because there will always be other deals that will come up.
Okay, so if you were to give an advice to people like me, I say people like me because they're all creatives, right? I leave contracts away. What would you advise us? Especially, look, many of the generations that are coming after the Gen Zs, those ones don't have time for too many classroom talks. They want actions. They don't have time to, I don't think they don't read books, but they don't have time to many technology conversations, or technical conversations rather. They want results. What advice would you give those kind of people? Because they don't have that much patience like our generation do.
The advice that I would give them is build a strong team. You see, building a strong team, people tend to underrate the effect of a solid team. You can have a team that is working for you and go to sleep, or go sleep, hide yourself in your studio making music. They get to do the footwork. They get to put your music in different places. They get
your team is not your friends in the neighborhood, though. So we are clear.
No, your team is not your friends in the neighborhood. Well, not necessarily, because everybody started from somewhere.
Yes.
So you need to have a solid team who is able and hungry to put your music out there. First of all, they have to believe in you. And then they want to do the work to put you out there. We say, let us all leave the trenches together. So we want to all leave the trenches. Yeah. Now, you should have very important or key people to have on your team. Will be your lawyer. You need to have a lawyer to review, to negotiate, to ensure that you're not going into something that is going to hurt you later in the future. Then you want to have a business manager. Someone who makes business decisions, someone who goes out to broker these deals. So from performances at concert events, they want to get you endorsement deals. They want to, build your brand image, because that is also very important. They want to curate how you engage with your fans or your community, as we call them these days. And then you also want to have a road manager. A road manager, and personally, I am of the opinion that a business manager and a road manager should be separate. This is because the business manager may not necessarily have the time to be on the road with the artist. So a road manager is someone who is there with him, going ahead or going with him. Sound check is there, getting the hotels, logistics, ensuring that the rooms are adequate and or they are sufficient, they are up to use of an artist of such caliber. You need to have your road manager. And another problem that we have seen is greed. A lot of people tend to be greedy. And they be like, no, I don't need these many people. I can do this, I can do that. All because you want to keep more percentage to yourself. Listen, if more people join hands and work on one project, there's a bigger impact. So there's more money to share. As opposed to you trying to make all the decisions, circumvent decisions that have already been made, or trying to impose yourself or put yourself in charge, not listening to other people. Your resources or your access to resources are cut short because you're the one that is doing everything. You're spreading yourself thin. You're making less money. And that's just bad for everybody. So a lot of artists need to be able to say, okay, you know what, let us collaborate, let us work together so that we can eat together, and then it's just going to be better for a lot more people.
Okay, thank you very much, Rosemary. So how well are African governments protecting creative intellectual property today? Any policy you know about?
Well, there was the 2022, the new Copyright Act that repealed the old one. And then there have been the creative industry grants that is currently up and running for artists or for creatives in the space who, well, the government has provided some money for us to, or for creatives to be able to get some funding per se. And then other than this, there are other corporate bodies who also have provisions for funding, access to marketing opportunities. And these have all been put in place because now with the new Copyright Act, for example, there's more protection for your copyrights. There's more avenues for you to challenge an infringement. And then there's more awareness, basically, for how the rights work. Even though we are still on the learning curve, but there's now more awareness and more can still be done, really. So it's a work in progress. That's what I'll say from the government. It's better than where we're coming from, say, 6-7 years ago. But we still have a long way to go in terms of, funding festivals or creating of festivals, having university tours or sponsoring some tours, creating more venues for some of these performances, or stadia rather, for performance, and the likes of things like that.
All right, thank you very much, Rosemary. It's been nice having this conversation with you. Yes, we have so many other questions because I really wanted to ask about looking ahead, how the future is. But for time factor, we have to end the conversation here. We hope that next time when we call on you, you'll still be available to show up.
I will definitely be available. Thank you so much for having me. This has been a pleasure.
Yes, but before you go, this is Just Africa. We would like to know the state you're from.
I am from Imo State, Nigeria.
Okay, because Amolo actually said your favorite food was abacha.
He did not.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
They wanted to throw me under the bus. I did not say anything like that. But you definitely have one.
Do I have a favorite food? I think that would be white soup.
African food.
White soup, ofen sala, and pounded yam.
Oh, hey.
Calling it ofen sala sounds African than white soup.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you're going to speak your dialect to greet all our viewers, to say hello to all our viewers and everyone. This is just Africa. We want to promote our culture.
Okay, now you have thrown me on that divorce. This is no. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Okay, so next time, before you come, you prepare that you definitely say hello to all our viewers with...
yes, I will definitely prepare.
With the Igbo language. All right. Thank you very much, Rosemary, for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
Yeah, you know, for too long, our music has traveled the world, like it has gone global, while the value stayed behind.
Yeah.
The sounds became global, but the creators remained vulnerable. But today's conversation with Rosemary is a reminder that knowing your rights is not pride, it is protection. Understanding contracts is not fear, it is freedom. Because when creatives own their work, they don't just make hits, they build legacies. The future of African creativity must be written by Africans, protected by Africans, and owned by Africans. I think Kamula agree with me there.
Oh, yeah, I do. And as one that is still aspiring to be a creative, at least I've learned a lot today. I'm not going to make some weird mistakes. I've learned what publishing is now. It's not publishing. No, that one always stood out to me, because when you hear some of these artists say, oh, they signed publishing rights with some of these big brands abroad, especially the abroad ones, they put it in the news, it's everywhere. And I'm like, what did they publish? The book that the person is writing. But, and she has explained it now, and I think this is a very, very important, if for nothing, note that particular one. And then another take out for me is having that strong team. Because the truth is, you can't do everything alone.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you might be making money, right? But it's going to be very small and very insignificant.
Exactly.
But if you've got a very strong team that believe in you, you could go global.
Yes, you could go global. So go on this quick break, and when we come back, we'll be going straight to the second segment of Just Africa. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, assertive choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. And spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Fashek's tour alongside Tracy Chapman, cemented his place in the annals of the Nigerian music industry. In this music review and special report prepared by Bayo Olawe, we examined the profile, power, and legacy of Spirit of Love, a 10-track masterpiece that helped solidify reggae music's mainstream status in Nigeria in the early 1990s. The album opens with Beware, a wake-up call that urges Nigerians to remain vigilant against deceptive leaders and the manipulation of political power. The second track, So Long, Too Long, is a rallying cry for Africans and African Americans to awaken their potential and fulfill the dreams of revolutionary icons like Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King Jr. In Majek Fashek Inner New York, Fashek reflects on his idealized vision of New York and the harsh reality of urban poverty and homelessness, revealing a sobering contrast. The title track, Spirit of Love, conveys a powerful message about the endurance of love over material wealth and worldly desires. On Ja People, the fifth track, FSHEK criticizes oppressive political systems, likening those in power to Babylon people who exploit and subjugate the masses. He calls for resistance, lamenting humanity's obsession with control. In Religion is Politics, FSHEK delivers a bold message about the misuse of religion to spread hate and fuel conflict. He urges people of different faiths to see beyond dogma and work together to build a better world. Holy Spirit presents a prophetic vision where 7 angels are sent to destroy the earth due to human transgressions. Yet, FSHEK envisions a new heaven and earth, one filled with love, unity, and divine justice. With Send Down the Rain, Majek draws on the metaphor of rain as a reward for diligent effort. The track reflects his spiritual longing and anticipation for success based on the principle of reaping what one sows. I'm Not Tired reaffirms his unwavering commitment to spreading God's message. Here, FSHEK expresses spiritual resilience and praises the goodness of God, refusing to grow weary. The album closes with I Come From the Ghetto, a powerful reflection on the struggles of ghetto life, child abuse, government neglect, and hardship. Yet, FSHEK celebrates the strength of these communities, invoking figures like Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey as examples of greatness emerging from humble beginnings. He reminds us of the universality of these struggles across Nigeria, the US, and the UK. With Spirit of Love, Majek FSHEK delivered a masterclass in artistry and advocacy. The album remains one of the finest reggae albums to emerge from Nigeria, exploring themes of love, peace, unity, corruption, self-awareness, revolution, spirituality, and racial equality. The perfect blend of traditional percussion, particularly the gong-gong and electric guitar, gives the album a timeless edge, merging the soul of Africa with global reggae rhythms. Spirit of Love is more than just an album. It is a cultural artifact, a sonic protest, and a spiritual message. It elevated Majek FSHEK as a voice of the people and established reggae not just as entertainment in Nigeria, but as a force for awareness, resistance, and healing. Its enduring legacy is a reminder that music, like literature, can move a nation, challenge its leaders, and inspire its people. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show on all our YouTube channels. So across the continent, millions are earning, spending, borrowing, and investing. Yet, many are doing so without the skills needed to make smart financial decisions. Young people graduate with degrees but no financial confidence. Entrepreneurs have ideas but struggle to manage cash flow. Families work hard but remain financially vulnerable. This is not a lack of ambition, it is a lack of access to practical financial knowledge. In today's Africa, financial skills are no longer optional. They are survival tools. They decide who grows, who struggles, and who gets left behind. So, in the second segment of Just Africa, we ask the hard questions. Why is the financial skills gap so wide? Who is most affected? And what must be done to prepare Africans for an economy that will not slow down? And to help us answer these questions is David Shonibare. He is a finance and business advisory expert, senior finance and accounts officer, Lagos State Government, and a professional tutor and public sector strategist. Mr. Shonibare's extensive experience spans government accounting, taxation, and financial education, making him a credible voice on the continent's capacity building needs. Hello, Mr. David. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah.
Good to have me. Thank you.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's good to have you on the show. Okay, so without wasting time, when we talk about Africa's financial skills and skills gap, rather, what does that really mean in everyday life?
Africa's skills gap. You said something when you started. You said something relating to survival when it comes to financial skills. I so much love that. You know, when we talk about financial skills, many tend to look at it from, we tend to use finance people, we tend to make use of so many ambiguous words, we tend to make use of so many, some people call it jargons, because we really understand what we are talking about. But when you really want to talk about finance, you need to understand that it is all about survival, because no economy can survive without finance. And when we talk about financial skills, they are just the basic. It's as basic as what do you know about finance that you can use in your day-to-day activity. So it's all about survival, it's about sustainability. I think that's just the best way to put it.
So if you're to tell the average African right now, what are the basic skills that he or she needs for her daily life?
Okay. Everybody on the street, probably you could be an entrepreneur, you could be a common man, you might not be a finance person, but I tell you, you need to understand financial planning as a skill. You need to understand how to structure your finances. You also need to understand cash flow. You need to understand cash flow management. You need to also build skills in relation to how you invest, how you see that. I think that also falls under financial planning. So those are the skills I believe for every person that wants to really do something or wants to have a hold on their finances in this particular 2026. It's paramount that you have these basic skills.
Okay. Okay, so many people go to school, yet still struggle financially. So where is the education system falling short?
I so much love that question because I'm someone that have built my extensive career in both lecturing professionally and also lecturing. Using practical, I've worked in the practice in the public sector. I'm someone that also lectures. So I can tell you that when it comes to everyday understanding of finance, it's the issue that we have is, let me say, implementation. We need to move from asking ourselves, what do you know, to what can you do? Okay. We have so many people that graduated that they believe they have the certificates, but they do not understand some of these basic skills that they can use to survive. Those basic skills. For example, when I was doing my master's in the University of Lagos, when I reached out to my supervisor that, okay, this is the topic I want to write on. He said, why? Why did you choose this topic? Okay, the topic is the financial sector, the role that the financial service sector plays in regulating or managing the fluctuation of the naira. And he said, why did you choose this of all topics? It came at a particular time that the naira was plunging, going up and down.
Yes.
So he asked me, do you have the capacity to actually do this? I said, yes. That, over time, I noticed something that you know, if you look at the current GDP in Africa, it's 4.1%, and it is still projected to grow beyond that. But if you look at those international development associations, eligible countries, they are in so much debt, and they are trying to even manage the debt. Now, how do you expect them to be able to, provide necessary workforce, to be able to also help in terms of skills, in terms of, providing necessary finance for developing countries? Now, Africa is said to provide employment of 12 million per annum. We're hardly doing 3%. We are hardly doing 3 million. And if I believe something that when it comes to the workforce, when it comes to how we want to, target people into these various sectors, I want to put them there. I want to ensure that Africa is meeting up with its employability projections. We need to ensure that people have basic skills, and financial skills is one of it. In the developed countries, some people, you don't have to hold cash, let's say cash, hold physical, bank purchase a building. You can easily access a mortgage. How many people have luxury of that here? The financial inclusion is low. How many people can just walk up to the bank and draw an overdraft? Many people don't even know that they can use an overdraft. Many people don't understand, something as basic as budgeting. But you see youth today holding certificates in finance, holding certificates in economics, holding certificates in account, and they cannot do these basic things. So we need to have a paradigm shift from, what do I know, to what can we do? We need to start targeting implementation outcomes. We don't just want certificate holders. We want those that can use their skills in this poly crisis that we have. Look at inflation swelling up. Look at the number of those that are not in schools. Look at the skills. It goes beyond financial skills. Goes a long way. I can talk here, and I think I was having this conversation with someone recently, and I said, I feel financial literacy, financial education should be taught right from, the elementary education.
Yes.
And it should not just be terms of concepts or it should be taught in terms of understanding what are the things that the country is facing, what are the things that the economy is facing. How can you, as learners, how can you put your own thoughts down? How can we, tap into this gap and ensure that we solve these problems? We should move from problem solving. We should move from trying to from recording data to how to solve the issues. We are so built on numbers. You ask an average finance person and they'll be like, oh, you understand the numbers, you know what drives the number. What about tackling the root cause of issues, crisis in the economy? So I think that's just what financial skills should be all about.
Thank you, Mr. David. I know you are a tutor, at the same time you are a financial expert, right? You spotted a gap, right? And it's obvious that the schools are not doing enough. What are we not teaching right? Or what are we not teaching? Because now, from the conversation we've been having with my co-host, it's been looking like we are throwing shades as people went to commercial class in secondary school.
No.
And then they whatever choose the commercial university, and we are not growing with finance. Because those that did art would say, okay, they did not teach us. But if you pay attention, right, from primary school, there's business studies. There's business education, some form of it. But it shows from what we have seen in so many years that many of us are not still financial literate. So what were they teaching us in business studies? Because you mentioned mortgage, you mentioned overdraft. These things are conversations that we don't even still know, and many of us are in our 30s, 40s, and growing like that. We're supposed to be the mapper of the economy, and these things we don't even know it.
Let me come from the elementary aspect again. You said something about when we were in secondary school, we were being taught business studies. Now, let me just ask this. When you thought about, finance, about your cash flow management?
We are doing theory.
We're doing theory. you start teaching debit and credit. I'm not saying all of these things are not important, but we need I mean, you go to an average. I'm someone that deals with SMEs a lot. I build business plans. I build financial models for SMEs, and many times you see people, when you meet with an average business owner, he's always asking, okay, how can money come out from this?
Yes.
They don't want they've heard so much theory, and they're always asking you, and you understand where they are coming from. So we need to start raising the next generation of youth and making them understand not just theories. When I talk about practical things, okay, inflation, for example, how can we need to start teaching, understanding macroeconomic, indices, understanding macroeconomic policies, how it affects the average man. So you see someone that is in probably that is having a certificate in economics does not understand how a policy can affect him. He does not understand how a policy can affect those around you. I mean, you can see if a graduate in accounting, and that graduate in accounting does not understand how to just protect himself from, overspending or having cash flow issues. It's not all about we can prepare financial statements, we can post journals. We should move from what do we know. I keep saying this. What do we know to what can we do? How does this thing impact our day-to-day lives? You see someone, you say, okay, please, can you send this money to my OPA? Can you send this money to my money point? And they'll be like, oh, I don't keep so much money in my money point. I don't keep so much money in my OPA because they believe, these banks they can be run over. Because they don't understand that in every financial service sector, there is always a particular sector that is, we have the Fugas Bank, we have Tier 1, we have Tier 2, we have microfinance. And they don't understand that, this particular thing has been insured. You can actually have this financial institution covering you to the extent, doing all of these things. And people believe, some people just came up and they set up this particular let me say this fintech, and they are running it and they believe they can run it with their money. This is financial literacy, this is financial education. And the school, let me talk about the role of the schools. Now, I feel it's not, I don't want to really pour the blame to the schools, or I don't want to pour the whole blame on the schools, because they are carrying out so much. There was a time I was in my HOD of my department, I was in his office, and I saw so much projects, all of those things, the books there. And I was wondering, who are the professionals coming to tap into all these brains, all these research works? As good as I had an A in my research work, I defended it quite all right, explained everything, and from that moment till now, I've not seen any person that said, okay, they want to look at my project, how can they implement it? So I'm just concerned. It will not really be let me say, the educational sector maybe fault. It could actually be from those that are charged with governance, because I feel like they are being left in isolation, and this is not a defense to the education sector, because I feel like those who can decide to go into the industry if they want to do that. And I'm glad that we've seen schools. I mean, of recent, last year I was at SOUQ, talking about some of the, trying to make the students understand what is in the practice, what can you bring all you know from academics, theory, into practice. When we get into practice, that's when you understand that, there's really more to these things that we are learning in theory. So I'm not trying.
So would it be safe to say Africa is poor because we are not teaching our young people, our workforce,
financial education?
Yes. We might look at it from that angle also. Africa is poor because in every sector, there's something we call the real sector, and there's something we call the financial sector. The real sector is the sector that deals with manufacturing, production, trying to engage workforce and all of those things. But you would look at it that financial sector happens to be the lifeblood of the real sector. Because without finances, the real sector cannot move.
Yes.
So if you don't teach them the nuance of the financial service sector, how they can actually access funds, how they can manage their funds, how they can set up their finances in a way that they will keep on in a sustainable way, how do you expect them to run the real sector?
Yes.
Okay, so a large part of Africa's economy is informal. So how does this affect financial education and planning generally?
Yeah, the fact that it's informal, very, very notably, is that in Africa, we need to start making use of, a system of learning, going into, let me put it as going into the grassroots. Because if you look at the workforce, many people are working today, it's just little. You go into, there was a time I think I was running an academics program, and I was going into a far village, and hardly would you see someone even using ATM cards in that village. I doubt even if they know what an ATM card is. Hardly would you see someone, and in fact, there's no ATM card, so how would you have an ATM machine? So,
I know, right? Yeah.
So, the informal sector, I still feel like I still believe so much that there's a whole lot of work to be done from those parts of governance. Because there are institutions that are being paid to do many of these things, to educate the informal sector, to send people there. And we need to move from just setting policies to implementing them. I'm telling you, there are budgets. If you look at every year, there are usually budgets in the annual budget. There are usually figures taking care of, sensitization programs, explaining to people, and I really don't know. And I want to talk about Taiwo Idele, the work he has done in terms of educating people in for the new tax law. He has done an excellent work, I must tell you. If we had CBN, we had, NDIC, we had, there are a lot of financial institutions. We had the pension fund, people, we had so many people that are in charge of the financial sector that are carrying out governance in the financial service sector, do their major role, go into the informal sector. I believe the financial literacy will improve. At this point, as at my last check, based on readily available information from the CBN network and the MPS, the financial inclusion rate in Nigeria was around 41%. That was as at 2024 when I wrote my project. I've checked it recently, but 41% is quite low. It's quite low for a particular economy where the president is targeting $1 trillion economy. So I feel like the financial inclusion is still low, and it gives room to the fact that we are not tapping into the opportunities in the informal sector.
Okay, so I understand that, yes, a lot is going on, especially in the fintech sector. So many, I don't know if I'll rate it as financial or equal it with financial education. Now, the question is, digital banking and online finance are growing fast. Is financial literacy growing at the same speed? Reason is, where every shop you go to now, they use one fintech or the other. Everybody has it. One person is it. But there are still some persons that still do not believe in it, just as you rightly said earlier. So would you say financial education is growing at the speed at which digital finance is going?
I believe we must give credit to technology, what technology has been doing of late. Fintech is one of those major industry that's causing disruptions in the financial service in the earth. And I must give it to them because those guys are doing a whole lot of work. They are putting in a whole lot of work, looking at how can we, increase inclusion. Because now the other day I was on the bike, and I was going somewhere, and the guy did not have. I gave him a particular amount. He did not have balance with me, so I just told him, he's an Aboki guy. I just told him, how do I do transfer? I was surprised. You can do transfer. He said, okay, okay. Wow. I was impressed because I must give it to them. It's our people are people that are resistant to change. When change comes, we are very skeptical about change.
Yeah.
We believe, we'll not take our money away. And you see the so much education that these people are putting into, expanding that financial inclusion. And I must give it to fintech, to be very honest. They are doing, from the fintech angle too, there are some areas that they can upgrade on. But so far, they are doing so much work, and I must give them their credit. I must give them if not for fintech, we might not be able to have that full, economy where we don't want to make use of cash. We don't want to be predominantly, making use of cash just the same way targeting. You look at how, everything that looking at, you know, monetary policies that the CBN has been adopting recently, they've been making use of a lot of contractionary monetary policies just to reduce cash in circulation. So you see, recently they even said they want to start putting the percentage on when you are doing deposit or over-the-counter withdrawals in a week. They said, okay, we are in this particular band, we deduct this, we deduct that. All of these things are contractionary monetary policy, and they are just trying to look for a way that people will start using online banking, they'll start using reducing cash in circulation. So these are also means or medium through which they are just trying to ensure that people get into the financial system. A lot of people are still not within the financial system. The financial system entails not only the banks. What about those in the rural area? What happens to those in semi-rural areas also? By implication, where I work with the government and startup that is on rural development, Lagos State Center for Rural Development. And over time, when we've gone into the rural area, I'm like, so there are still villages like this in this Lagos. There are still people that are not. And you see, the Lagos
Okay.
Yeah.
Emmanuel doesn't want me to ask this question, but I will ask. Do women face unique challenges when it comes to financial skills and access?
Do women face...
Yes. Do women face unique challenges?
Yeah, would I say they have to an extent, because I'm someone that, aside my government role, aside my lecturing roles, I also like to help people gain necessary skills in areas of finance, like financial modeling, how they can write business plans, how they can carry out valuations, FP&A. And over time, I noticed something that when you look at the inclusion rates, male in class are usually more than females in class. But recently, you see, they've been putting in the work. And if you now look at it very well, I'll be very honest with you, you see the dedication that women are putting. And this thing is not even about me trying to support the women and all. I believe, when you see the dedication, you see the zeal, you even see their level of intellectual capacity, you will be forced to say, no, they are really doing well. So I don't think they are being challenged. Any challenge that they are going to have, I think any limitation that women will be facing now, probably it is in their minds. So I don't know. The access is there. You see ALX giving women, scholarships. You see, there are a lot of, I can keep mentioning and on, some programs that are trying to bring women into financial education, give them financial education, give them those finance skills. So I really don't think they are having that challenge. Like I said, any challenge that they would be maybe self-construed, constructed challenge.
Yeah,
so I think
I support that motion of my brother. They would say what the woman can do, that they can do it better than the men. Whatever challenge, let them at least also look for ways to go about it. Abby? But then again, I know you have affiliations with ICANN and CITN, right? I was in secondary school when ICANN became a thing, because I remember then they used to hold classes in some of our classrooms. They used to do it in the evenings. But since then till now, would you say they've been able to help in the financial knowledge, or at least grow, so that it don't look like they are doing more of theories over these years and they solve this our problem? Because like I said, ICANN is, I don't know how many years those people have been there, but have they contributed to helping this knowledge gap close up?
Thank you so much for that question. Yeah. As a professional tutor myself, I lecture both at ICANN, professional tuition houses with ICANN and also CITN. I would say it's improving. I'll be very blunt, very, very honest with that. It's improving. Over the years, we've seen several syllabus upgrade, and let me take you far back as 2000 down to 2010, 2011. There was a particular period where ICANN, all what ICANN was just teaching were majorly, theoretical based, not trying to simulate what will happen in practice. So you see, 2014, something ICANN introduced that was a pivotal moment for ICANN, to be honest. They introduced the particular course that is at the professional level it's called case study. They introduced case study, and according to what we heard that they benchmarked some international professional institutes, and like for example the ICAW, Institute of Chartered Accountants England and Wales, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants England and Wales told them, see, this particular case study that you guys want to start testing, case study as a course is something that let me call it like you are being seen as a professional already. Then they give you a live case to access. They will test a whole lot of skills. But when we calculated the number of skills that are being tested under that particular course, it was close to 100. And I'm not kidding you, it was close to 100. So they are trying to test the professional judgment. There are a whole lot of skills that particular course is testing. So that 2014, when they reached out to those professional international accounting bodies, they said, "Oh, please come and plan very well. Don't start testing this, because it took us a number of years before we could get here. So it won't be fair to your students to start testing this now, to start bringing in this now." And I said, "Don't worry, we'll take care of it." And you don't believe ICANN went back and they didn't wait a year and they started implementing it. And from there going forward, you see that ICANN has grown. There was a syllabus review last year, and you see ICANN has introduced even ethics. When I look at accounting professional bodies, they are like the foundation for every professionals. Whatever is going to be taught in the outside world, whatever I'm going to put inside me, it is those professional bodies that would have inculcated inside me. So I'm the one that can now go to my various, environments, try to educate the market women. Oh, this is this thing. It's not like this. This is how you think about it. No, it should be like this. Because they have given me that particular financial education, they've given me that particular skills. Now you see, ICANN members, they can simulate a company live and they will write a case on it. They can use various valuation techniques. They can give investments advice. It's because of the growth that has happened over the years, and I must give them the credit for that. So I would say ICANN, they are really doing so well in terms of room for improvement.
Okay, thank you very much, David. So if you could give one financial lesson for every African right now, what do you think they need to learn in their early life? What should that financial advice be in 30 seconds?
Okay, in 30 seconds, quickly. In one word, just learn how to plan your finances. When I talk about planning your finances, it entails right savings, maintaining a diversified portfolio, right place to save. There's something called necessity. There's something we call necessity and maybe frivolities.
Yes.
There are some particular things that you need to spend on necessity. Know the amount of your income that's coming in, what you need to spend on necessity, what you will need to reserve as investment or savings, or what you now need to spend on probably for there's something called snub appeal.
Yeah.
If there's any chance for that, you can decide to spend money on it. So that's just what I would advise. And a lot of we have Financial Jennifer, we have I don't know if this Financial Jennifer, she's doing so great in educating financial education, Tracy, we have Abzat, Pamela, a lot of my professional colleagues are doing so well. So I'm glad. Those are the you should learn.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on the show. We really appreciate your time. God bless you. But before you go, we understand from your nation, Ibarra, we already understand that, yes, you're a Yoruba boy. Yes, but this is just Africa. We would like to know where you're from.
Yeah, I'm from, I'm from Nigeria.
State.
I'm from, for those that are watching, that's not, I'm not Nigerian.
Okay.
I'm Nigerian. Then I'm from Osun State, Ilesha to be precise.
Ilesha.
Okay, so what do you speak there in Ilesha?
We speak Yoruba, definitely.
Okay, so you use Yoruba to say hello to all our viewers and tell them to keep watching Just Africa.
All right. Give me some minutes to process myself. So, gbogbo ara wa tó wà nílé lóko lọ́nà ẹ ṣé tẹ́ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lórí ètò Just Africa. A fẹ́ rọ̀ yín pé ẹ máa wo Just Africa lóòrèkóòrè. Ẹ ṣé gan.
Thank you very much. I hope when we call on you next time, you'll be available to join us on the show again.
My pleasure.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, Emmanuel, today.
The way financial, I do want to use the word jargon, but I already said it. They were just coming out of his mouth. I was like, okay. When you see people that know these things, and then you that ran away from mathematics completely from school, that's why we didn't go to commercial or science. You begin to look like, okay, so when do you start to catch up? Because it's obvious that there's so much that we don't know. And it's happening. I remember the last time we brought somebody from Web3 technology, and somebody was saying something like, hey, God, I beg. How do we catch up? Because look, as I asked that question, how far back or how laid back is Africa? Because look, some of these conversations, we don't even have them regularly. And the schools are supposed to teach us, we are already like a lost generation. If we are now saying some of the things that these people are talking about, we don't even know about it. How do we catch up? That's why the continent feels like it's poor. Look at conversations. I remember tweeting about mortgage, how it can help. People were like, mortgage, what is that? They say it's a foreign conversation. I'm like, but it's supposed to help with our housing situation. It's something that you don't even know when you want to start to learn about it. Because it's a conversation you have been having in secondary school, high school. But we don't even know that. Yeah. And that's supposed to position you for the future. As an adult, you need to get a house. How do you want to get a house? Do you want to buy? Do you want to build? Do you want it to be financed step by step? These are things that you should have known before you even entered the real world.
Yeah.
But we're lacking behind. And there are institutions that are supposed to guide you in these things who even checkmate them to know that they even do the right thing. Financial education should definitely start as early as primary school.
It's
As elementary, okay, so elementary covers all of them. That's how early you should be. It's not only teach them money, teach them different things of how finance can help them have a better future.
Yeah.
And understanding, he was right when he said, know your wants and your needs. What are your necessities? This is where your resources should begin to go to, especially when money starts to come to you. These things, you need to learn them so early because it will help you plan a better future. Yeah. And Africa needs this education for their own future growth.
I owe my grandmother a very big thank you. Yes, Africa's future will not be shaped by resources alone. It will be shaped by decisions. Every choice to save or spend, every loan taken or avoided, every business that survives or fails. Financial skills are no longer a luxury, according to David. They are a lifeline in an economy that is moving fast and leaving no one behind. When people understand money, they gain confidence. When businesses manage finances well, they grow. Yeah. And when communities are financially empowered, nations become stronger. Bridging Africa's financial skills gap is not just about numbers. It is about dignity. It is about opportunity. It is about giving people the tools to build secure futures for themselves and for generations to come. Africa is evolving. Our financial knowledge must also evolve with it. Yeah. A very big thank you to you, audio viewers, for coming on the show, and a very big thank you to our guests who came up with their wealth of knowledge. We'll come your way tomorrow, but make sure you follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show on all our YouTube channels. Once again, thank you for watching. I am Umevi Idolor.
Fellow Nigerians, Did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet, in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwire, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback. It is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains, technology, and access to export markets. The challenge, as always, is perception. We must stop seeing artisanship as inferior. Ghana is showing that welding can build wealth and textile design can drive trade. The African hand is skilled. The African mind is gifted. What remains is for policy and investment to catch up with potential. In Ghana's apprentices, they don't just see workers, they see a future workforce Africa can proudly call its own. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
first of all congratulate Nigerians for the 65th anniversary of our independence. Independence is a freedom that is given from colonial rule, which can be termed self-rule, self-governance. And since 1960, we've been having self-governance. What is it really self-governance? That's another debate for another day. But from what happened, we were very young at that time when independence came to the country. I'm very, very aware of the 1963 declaration of Western Nigeria, declaration of republic when Nigeria became a republic. That was when I can physically or personally remember. But then, a lot of things had gone underground. The joy of the independence has always been cut short and is not getting to the expectations of the people. It's difficult. The main thing is that every time a government comes in, we seem to be in a quagmire of difficulties, and we tend to go back to the past government that we said that they were not good and feel that they were better than what we have today. It's not only, it's all governments are always better, except the one I can pick out is during the military regime, 1975 to 1976, about 9 months or so. And maybe because that government did not last long. So maybe that is why we still feel that that government was one of the governments that really met the needs of the people. Throughout the years, like I said, we have always had shortcomings, but we have not been able to keep the standards, certain standards that we are on ground, and that is the main problem. Everybody wants to have his own way. The military had not really helped us. They have, every time there is a military coup, Nigeria is set back to 1960. We are reset to 1960. And the 1960 of that time is different from the 1960 of today. That is, when you compare them, what we have on ground today is quite different from what we had on ground in 1960. That means we are starting again. But we have to develop in our own way. We have to be open-minded, and we have to think positive. We have to think about their future, and that is the only thing that galvanizes the country. Now, whatever standard we have today, in 20 years' time, another generation will come up. And that generation, their needs are always different. So that is why we have to look for the future. But today in Nigeria, we are still solving the problem of 1970. Why I'm saying that is that after the Civil War, the Nigeria decided to move forward. In the process of moving forward, we forgot a lot of things, and that was the time the oil boom came in. And we forgot a lot of things we were doing at that time. Take a graduate at that time. A graduate in 1980 receives roughly 300 naira, which was about almost $500. But let's say in our naira, he has enough to feed his family, to start a family. That is a graduate. But today, a graduate doesn't have enough to even take him to visit his family in his hometown. As a graduate, you are entitled to a car loan, which is your annual salary at that time. A car was about 3,600, and your 300 naira, 300 naira salary is 3,600 per annum, and you take a loan for a car. Once it's established that it is yours and you bring it to the office, you will be given a car allowance. And that car allowance, maybe about 50 naira or 60 naira. And when you look at it, they are deducting 50 naira or so, or 54 naira from your salary for every month for 4 or 5 years that you are taking the loan. And they are giving you 50 naira. So in 3 years, you are promoted to level 9. And on level 9, you are entitled to a car allowance of 72 naira. So it means that just like if you have been given a car for almost free. And those are some of the things that I look back to. Those are some of the things we enjoyed at that particular time. And it started eroding through government policies. And we now have this problem in which we cannot get to the minimum wage in those days was about 90 naira. When religion is a personal thing, that's the belief of the Yoruba. That is why in the same house, you can have the husband being Onishogo, the wife being Oya or Shun devotee, the uncle being a Christian, and another person being a Muslim. No, we all grew up together. During the Muslim festivities, we go together. I had an aunt in Ajegule. And during our holidays in those days, we used to go to Ajegule and we go to the mosque. Within that 1 month we are staying with them, we go to the mosque with them. We pray together. Even though most of the things, they started teaching us the alif, ba, ta, sa, and whatever, the alphabets in Arabic. But most of the time, by the time I go back home, I forget about it. And when they come to our place, they go to church with us. Even most of our Muslim cousins, they school with us. My mother will go and pick them in their homes, and they will school. They stay with us. We are about 20 in the house while we are living at that time. So it is not religious tolerance, as I will say. I will say, I've forgotten the word now, maybe like a respect. Well, if I'm tolerating you, it means you are bad. You get me? If I'm tolerating you, it means that I'm tolerating something that is bad that you are doing, but I'm not talking. But if I'm doing maybe mutual respect, yes, it's mutual respect. All religions in Lagos or in Yoruba land, particularly, they had mutual respect. When it is time for the Egungun festival, we will come out with our families, with them, with those that are in the Egungun. When it's time for the Ifa festival, we go to them. When it is Ileya, when it is Christmas, we are all one in Lagos Island, and even in Lagos at that particular time. The greatest disaster for Nigeria was the introduction of the presidential system. Let us start from the economics. In parliamentary system, you just have to win your constituency, and that's all. You win your constituency, you spend within your constituency, and that is all. When you get to the house, when you are not to pick the speaker or the leader of the house, that is when you interact with others. But in presidential system, you have the whole country is your constituency. The whole country is your constituency. Let's go to the grassroots. And the grassroots, the unit is the family. The family unit has broken down. Not to talk less about of the extended family unit, or where a community is served like a family. The youths are not being taken care of as in those days. In those days, we never knew whether you are from anywhere in the world or in Nigeria. We interact, we never knew. In sports, we never knew where our people come from. In school, we never knew. At times, 60 years later, I'm just discovering that somebody is from Asaba, one of my classmates. Discover is from, we had the Newsmakers, we had the Bazunos in those days. Went to school together, but we never even knew that he was not Yoruba or from Western Nigeria. We were all together. The unity, our unity has been eroded. Today, most schools, there are no boarding schools again. And that is you discover that you are only limited to your area, except when you are going to higher institutions. Even some higher institutions are within certain areas. So we don't interact, we don't intermix, we don't even know the culture of other people. But in those days, it was a little bit different. We have to start reshaping a lot of things, and in the reshaping, it's not for us. It's not for the present generation. It's to look for the future generation. In the socialist life in those days, they used to talk about what do you call it now? Absence of manual labor. That is, machines will do the work. We are human beings, will sit down and just be looking, and machines will do the work. We are getting to that stage very soon. Even we are almost there. In those days, we used to have what we call telephone operators. That type of job is gone. In those days, every office has its secretary, or what do you call it, a secretary that we type, we do all these things. Now, that job is gone. The MD, the secretary is just to make arrangements. In those days, you have to have dictators, you have to dictate messages, you have to take minutes. Now, AI is doing everything. So there's going to be a lot of job losses. But in creating new jobs, that's a problem. The problem, and at the rate our population is going, is continue to have a lot of jobless people. But how do we manage it? How do we get to that? That's the problem.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was funded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing. Out there, people outside the gate of the stadium, they were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him, and I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium, but because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member, I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under-20, the under-23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental, when you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan, I formed the supporters club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the supporters club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the supporters club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the supporters club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the supporters club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the supporters club in America. In 1996, I led the supporters club to Atlanta in 1996. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the supporters club, support of the supporters club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, let it go. I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Boya chukuna gaza. Boya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Boya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanu Nwakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song, and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief, and it is general, everybody must have it, that this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors, and not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patriot par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road, they will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor and the financier of the supporters club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambode. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, good luck, Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But it's unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the supporters club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not augur well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium, and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, I mean in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters Club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee or the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the Supporters Club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the Supporters Club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the Supporters Club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the President General because we have Supporters Club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the Supporters Club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the Supporters Club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the Supporters Club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of Supporters Club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the President General is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the President General worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the Supporters Club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8-9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me, what did we win in the last 8-9 years? Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8-9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Côte d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Passero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Passero to go to Côte d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. The witch coach, we call him, we remember it now, it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria, and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouzet. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Ahmadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these 2 coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his
his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as a twin deal. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, the Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money, other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20,000, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3-4 years, our boxers have been earning big money. Some of them earning millions. Some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to put the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chuku, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sides have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future, and of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football, yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this, if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we're developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we're doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itirai Kate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play. at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the top place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's where we're asking that we should put more money. We should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports. They give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match, in Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a lifeline, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, 1, you are helping the youth. 2, you are helping the nation. 3, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness of the youth in the society.
and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. First, the headlines. Nigeria targets 900 billion naira bond auction in January to fund budget and deepen domestic debt market. University of Lagos continues convocation ceremonies as 16,506 graduates, including 1,211 first-class honorees. Ghana cocoa farmers remain unpaid. Next harvest at risk as traders refuse required upfront payments. Venezuela banks $300 million from first U.S. oil sale and the Trump broker deal after Maduro's ouster. In sports, African football legend Yaya Toure praises Nigeria's Super Eagles as Africa Cup standout team after recent tournament. Details shortly. The federal government is set to significantly scale up domestic borrowing, to raise 900 billion naira from its January 2026 bond auction, officials have said. The amount doubles the 450 billion naira targeted in the January 2025 auction, reflecting rising fiscal pressures, budgetary demands, and the need to refinance maturing debt. Analysts said the increase signals growing reliance on local capital markets to fund government spending while managing public debt obligations. Officials noted that the auction will include bonds with varying maturities to attract a broad range of investors, including institutional and retail participants. Observers say successful issuance could support infrastructure projects, enhance market liquidity, and reinforce investor confidence, but warned that higher domestic borrowing may increase interest costs and crowd out private sector lending if not carefully managed within Nigeria's broader fiscal and economic framework. The federal government has proposed a total allocation of 87.31 billion naira for the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development and its agencies in the 2026 appropriation bill, officials said. The bulk of the funding is earmarked for capital expenditure aimed at upgrading airports, enhancing air navigation systems, and supporting aerospace development projects. Analysts said the allocation reflects the government's commitment to modernizing Nigeria's aviation sector, improving safety standards, and boosting air transport capacity. Officials noted that the budget would also support research, training, and maintenance initiatives, as well as foster private sector participation in aerospace and aviation infrastructure. Observers said effective implementation could enhance connectivity, stimulate tourism and trade, and strengthen Nigeria's position as a regional aviation hub while addressing long-standing challenges in airport operations and sector efficiency. The federal government has disclosed plans to boost the contribution of Nigeria's livestock subsector to the nation's gross domestic product from $32 billion to over $74 billion within the next 10 years, officials said on Tuesday. Authorities said the strategy involves modernizing production, improving animal health, expanding value chains, and encouraging private sector investment. Analysts noted that the plan could enhance food security, create jobs, and increase exports, while supporting rural development and economic diversification. Officials emphasized that the importance of infrastructure, feed production, and technology adoption in achieving the targets. Observers added that sustained policy support, financing, and capacity building will be critical to releasing growth, strengthening the subsector's resilience, and positioning Nigeria as a leading livestock producer in Africa, contributing significantly to GDP, employment, and national food sustainability over the coming decade. Major listed brewers in Nigeria generated a combined revenue of over 1.54 trillion naira from the sale of beer and other non-alcoholic drinks in the first 9 months of 2025, reflecting consumer spending on brewery products during the period. Analysts said the figures highlight the resilience of Nigeria's beverage sector amid economic pressures, rising input costs, and shifts in consumer preferences. The revenue growth underscores strong demand for both alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages, as well as the effectiveness of marketing, distribution, and brand loyalty strategies employed by leading companies. Officials noted that the sector contributes significantly to tax revenues, employment, and local supply chains. Observers said sustained investment in production, product diversification, and distribution networks is essential for maintaining market share, improving profitability, and supporting the broader economy while meeting evolving consumer taste and regulatory requirements in Nigeria's dynamic beverage market. And now, domestic refineries in Nigeria on Tuesday declared they have the capacity to supply more fuel to the local market in 2026 than importers did in 2025, officials said. Refinery operators noted that increased production would reduce reliance on imported petrol, enhance energy security, and stabilize domestic fuel prices. Analysts said leveraging local refining capacity could also improve foreign exchange savings and strengthen the downstream petroleum sector. Authorities emphasized that operational efficiency, timely maintenance, and consistent power supply are key to achieving the projected output. Observers added that domestic fuel supply growth could stimulate jobs, support industrial activity, and improve accessibility in underserved regions while reducing the country's vulnerability to global oil market fluctuations and import bottlenecks. The University of Lagos, UNILAG, graduated a total of 16,506 students at its 56th convocation ceremony, with 1,211 earning first-class honors across various disciplines, officials said on Wednesday. Vice-Chancellor Folashade Ogunshola disclosed the figures during a press briefing ahead of the 2026 convocation, noting that the ceremonies will commence on Friday, January 16th, with a Juma service and conclude on Sunday, January 25th, with a Thanksgiving service. Analysts said the high number of top-performing students reflect the institution's commitment to academic excellence and rigorous standards. Ogunshola added that of the 16,506 graduates, 1,211 undergraduates earned first class or distinctions, 4,543 obtained second class upper, while 3,910 graduated with second class lower. Observers said the results demonstrate a strong performance distribution across faculties and underscore UNILAG's role in producing highly qualified graduates for Nigeria's workforce and professional sectors. The Lagos State Head of Service, Bode Aguru, has urged public servants to embrace pension education early in their careers to reduce anxiety and misinformation, according to reports. Aguru noted that the understanding pension schemes, contributions, and benefits from the start of service helps employees plan effectively for retirement and avoid confusion later. Analysts said early engagement with pension education could improve financial literacy, foster confidence in public service, and enhance long-term financial security for retirees. Officials added that the state government is implementing programs to provide information on pension rights, options, and procedures, encouraging workers to seek guidance and participate actively in planning. Observers emphasized that such initiatives could strengthen trust in the civil service system, promote informed decision-making, and ensure smoother retirement transitions for Lagos State public servants. Still to come in the news, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has accepted an invitation to join the Board of Peace proposed by incumbent U.S. President Donald Trump. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Masi Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Welcome back. Some cocoa farmers in Ghana have not received payments, putting investment for the next harvest at risk as international traders refuse to pay upfront sums required under a new purchasing model, sources said on Tuesday. The revamped system, introduced for the 2024-25 season, shifted the burden of pre-financing purchases from the Ghana Cocoa Board to international buyers, aiming to improve efficiency and reduce state expenditure. Analysts said the delay could disrupt production cycles and threaten Ghana's position as a leading global cocoa exporter. Officials called for dialogue between regulators, traders, and farmers to resolve payment issues and ensure continuity in the sector. Observers noted that timely financing and risk-sharing mechanisms are critical to protect farmers' livelihoods, sustain supply, and maintain investor confidence in Ghana's cocoa industry amid evolving global market dynamics. Uganda's gold exports surged 75.8% in 2025 compared with the previous year, aided by record global prices that drew new participants into the sector, the central bank has said on Tuesday. Gold has overtaken coffee as the East African nation's largest export and top source of foreign exchange. Analysts noted, reflecting both strong international demand and rising production capacity. Officials said the boom has increased government revenues, strengthened reserves, and stimulated investment in mining operations. Authorities emphasized the need for regulation and formalization of the sector to ensure sustainable growth, environmental protection, and proper taxation. Observers said the trend signals a structural shift in Uganda's economy, with gold exports playing a key role in stabilizing the currency, boosting trade balances, and supporting broader economic development, while providing livelihoods for miners and local communities. And now, Indonesia's central bank kept its key policy interest rates unchanged on Wednesday, saying the current level remains supportive of economic expansion while aligning with efforts to stabilize the rupiah, which slipped to a record low a day earlier. Bank Indonesia said maintaining the benchmark rate was necessary to balance domestic growth needs with external stability risk, especially amid global financial uncertainty and shifting capital flows. Analysts noted that the decision reflects caution as authorities seek to protect the currency without undermining credit growth and investment. The central bank reiterated its commitment to intervene in financial markets when needed, using a mix of monetary options and foreign exchange measures to support the rupiah. Observers said the steady rate stance signals policy continuity, providing reassurance to investors while giving policymakers room to respond if currency pressures or inflation risks intensify in coming months. And now, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has accepted an invitation to join the Board of Peace proposed by incumbent U.S. President Donald Trump, his office said earlier today. In a statement, Netanyahu's office confirmed that the Prime Minister agreed to become a member of the board, which Trump has said will be made up of world leaders tasked with resolving global conflicts. Officials did not provide details on the board's structure, mandate, or timeline for its activities. The initiative comes amid heightened geopolitical tensions in several regions, including the Middle East and Eastern Europe, and is being framed by Trump as a platform for dialogue and conflict resolution among influential leaders. Analysts said Netanyahu's acceptance signals Israel's willingness to engage in new diplomatic formats backed by Washington. Observers noted that the effectiveness of the board will depend on its scope, authority, and the level of commitment from participating leaders as expectations around its role continue to evolve. An India-European Union trade agreement is likely to be concluded within the next few days, Spain's Foreign Minister José Manuel Álvarez said on Wednesday during an unofficial visit to New Delhi. Álvarez expressed confidence after bilateral meetings with India's External Affairs Minister and President Draupadi Murmu, saying negotiations were progressing smoothly with no major obstacles expected. Officials said both sides have resolved most outstanding issues and are focused on finalizing remaining technical details. Analysts noted that the deal could significantly boost trade flows, reduce tariffs, and deepen cooperation across sectors, including manufacturing, technology, energy, and the services. The agreement is also seen as strategically important as India and the EU seek to diversify supply chains and strengthen economic ties amid global trade uncertainties. Observers said a successful conclusion would mark a major milestone in India-EU relations and provide fresh momentum for bilateral investment and long-term economic collaboration. South Korean President Lee Jae-myung said on Wednesday that proposed U.S. tariffs on semiconductor imports could raise prices in the United States, downplaying concerns about the potential duties. The comments come after U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick warned that South Korea and Taiwanese chip makers could face tariffs of up to 100% unless they commit to expanding production on American soil. Analysts said the statement reflects Seoul's efforts to balance relations with Washington while protecting its semiconductor industry, a key driver of exports and technological competitiveness. Observers noted that steep tariffs could disrupt global supply chains and elevate costs for U.S. manufacturers and consumers. Lee added that cooperative approaches rather than punitive measures would better ensure stable production and market stability. Experts said the outcome of ongoing negotiations could influence investment decisions, pricing, and trade patterns across the semiconductor sector worldwide. China, on Wednesday, dismissed speculation that it would compete for influence in the West following U.S. plans to assert control over Greenland, officials said. The comments came as incumbent U.S. President Donald Trump's ambition to acquire sovereignty over the Arctic territory from Denmark has unsettled NATO members and prompted a reassessment of Europe's traditional security reliance on the United States. Analysts said the move could reshape transatlantic relations and alter strategic calculations among global powers. Chinese officials stressed that Beijing's foreign policy remains focused on cooperation and non-interference, rejecting claims that it seeks to exploit the Greenland dispute to expand Western influence. Observers noted that the episode highlights rising tensions over strategic assets and the fragility of security alliances, with Europe weighing its options amid U.S. assertiveness, while China positions itself as a stabilizing partner in international affairs. Still to come in the news, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said on Tuesday that Ottawa strongly opposes any U.S. tariffs designed to advance incumbent President Donald Trump's plan to acquire Greenland. This is the global news on SOUQ News. We'll be right back.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Lee University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by Wash Limited. Also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano. And Emirate News Television, Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Welcome back. Venezuela's interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, said on Tuesday that the country has received $300 million from oil sales, marking the first proceeds from a U.S. brokered 50 million barrel oil supply deal announced by incumbent U.S. President Donald Trump, following the capture of President Nicolas Maduro earlier this month. Trump separately said that the United States has taken the 50 million barrels and is selling some of it on the open market, though shipping records indicate that volume has not yet been exported. Rodriguez said the $300 million was deposited into a Qatari account and will be shared among Venezuelan banks to provide foreign exchange to local companies and stabilize the currency market. Analysts noted that raising funds from oil sales could help bolster Venezuela's faltering economy, even as questions remain about the larger transaction, distribution, and long-term impact of U.S. involvement in Caracas' oil sector amid ongoing geopolitical tension. European Union lawmakers are set to vote on Wednesday on whether to challenge the European Union's controversial free trade agreement with South American nations, a move that could delay implementation by up to 2 years and potentially jeopardize the deal. The EU signed its largest ever trade pact with Mercosur members Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay on Saturday. The agreement, which aims to boost trade and investment flows, now requires parliamentary approval before it can take effect. Analysts said the challenge reflects concerns over environmental standards, labor rights, and the impact on European farmers. Observers noted that if the court challenge proceeds, it could complicate EU-Mercosur relations and slow down economic integration plans. Experts added that the outcome will signal the bloc's approach to balancing trade ambitions with regulatory and political considerations as stakeholders weigh economic benefits against domestic and environmental safeguards. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said on Tuesday that Ottawa strongly opposes any U.S. tariffs designed to advance President Donald Trump's plan to acquire Greenland, according to reports. Trump announced on Saturday that he would impose tariffs on imports from European allies, opposing the proposed takeover of Greenland, an autonomous territory of Denmark. Analysts said Canada's stance underscores concerns among North American partners about the broader economic and geopolitical implications of using trade measures to influence territorial claims. Observers noted that the move could strain U.S.-Canada relations and disrupt regional trade flows if implemented. Carney added that Canada favors resolving disputes through diplomatic channels rather than punitive tariffs, reflecting a commitment to international law and multilateral cooperation. Experts said any escalation could affect global markets, particularly in sectors exposed to transatlantic trade, highlighting the tension between U.S. policy ambitions and allied economic interests. Thousands of U.S. workers and students took to the streets and university campuses on Tuesday to protest the immigration policies of President Donald Trump, officials said. The demonstrations coincided with the first anniversary of Trump's second term, with participants voicing opposition to the administration's aggressive immigration crackdown, which has drawn widespread criticism from rights groups and advocacy organizations. Analysts said the protest reflects growing public concern over deportations, visa restrictions, and border enforcement measures that have affected communities nationwide. Organizers noted that marches were largely peaceful but highly visible, aiming to influence policymakers and raise awareness of perceived injustices. Observers added that the protest underscores the deep political divide in the U.S. over immigration, highlighting the tensions between federal enforcement priorities and calls for more inclusive, humane policies as debates over reform continue in progress and local levels. And now moving on to sports, former Manchester City midfielder Yaya Toure has praised Nigeria's Super Eagles as the most impressive team at the recently concluded Africa Cup of Nations, AFCON, officials said on Wednesday. Toure highlighted the team's attacking style and consistent performances, noting that Nigeria scored 14 goals and conceded just 4 across 7 matches. Analysts said their disciplined approach, particularly in the knockout stages where they did not allow a single goal, reflected strong defensive organization and tactical maturity. Observers added that despite their semi-final exit to Morocco, the Super Eagles campaign demonstrated resilience and quality, with standout players contributing both offensively and defensively. Experts noted that Nigeria's performance reinforces the squad's potential for future tournaments and underlines the importance of building on tactical cohesion, player development, and strategic planning to sustain success at continental competitions. Liverpool manager Arne Slot has indicated that Mohamed Salah is set to return to the starting lineup for Wednesday's Champions League clash against Marseille, officials said on Wednesday. Slot insisted that his relationship with the forward remains as normal as it's always been, dismissing reports of tension. Salah last started in Liverpool's 4-1 home loss to PSV Eindhoven in November, but excelled at the Africa Cup of Nations, scoring 4 goals for Egypt, who finished 4th. Observers noted that Salah's explosive interview before departing for AFCON, in which he claimed someone doesn't want me in the club and that he had no relationship with Slot, sparked speculation about discord at Liverpool. Analysts said the forward's return could boost the team's attacking options and morale, highlighting Slot's efforts to resolve any perceived friction and reinforce squad cohesion ahead of crucial European fixtures. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of today's stories. Nigeria targets $900 billion bond auction in January to fund budget and deepen domestic debt market. University of Lagos continues convocation ceremonies of 16,506 graduates, including 1,111 first-class honorees. Ghana cocoa farmers remain unpaid. Next harvest as risk as traders refuse required upfront payments. Venezuela banks $300 million from U.S. oil sale under Trump broker deal after Maduro's ouster. And in sports, African football legend Yaya Toure praises Nigeria's Super Eagles as Africa's Cup standout team after recent tournament. Thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all social platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Good afternoon.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. to better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. These resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attack on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government's reinvestment in addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
Thank you so much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that it will be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill skates through the legislative processes and it actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to thrive. Also, many people will come, by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tax will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be a tax exempt on some products, especially for masses, people, low-income earner. So some certain products, there's going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax related. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity. So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix the small business, it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. But it is a plus, right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 50 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little as company income tax back to the economy. Now, if their taxes are used judiciously, then it will bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that they are infrastructures in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and the implementation then should be followed up so that it will bring a positive effect to the economic generally and the business will thrive going forward. Well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for us. Okay, I think from the angle of the value-added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower income earners because, like I mentioned earlier, that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted, so which means that, and these products, they are products that commonly is everybody really, but more of a masses low income earner will not with the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them, then it's taking off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And it compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rates across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or puts zero rated on some product that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, okay. One, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input fats. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of it is what you remit. Then this bill also helps to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer. And many more. Health, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that work on this bill. Okay, thank you so much for that angle and the question. I want to say that Federal Inland Revenue Services, they are really trying. And I can tell you, there's no system that doesn't have its own challenge. But FRS, they are trying. And they are moving from those days of analog. Now we have tax promise. You can do your filing right from the comfort of your office. You don't need to visit their office except there is a challenge. Right? So they are doing well, but they are not yet at the best. So, and there is room for improvement. They are already deploying technology. So what they need to do is to scale up and up to the task. But currently, they are doing well. So they just need to improve. Yeah, well, it depends on the perspective you look at it. Is it shrinking? Yes, we have some companies that are no more within the soul of the Nigerian. So in that case, their taxes is no more coming to us. But again, look at other businesses that are springing forth. So definitely those are coming to the tax net. And then again, there are some companies that are not, businesses that are not in tax net. So through the use of technologies by FRS, they're already bringing them to tax net. So the tax net is increasing. So the net effect of it, you can say, is increasing. Though we have some that are leaving the soul of Nigeria. So net effect of it, the tax net is increasing. Because we have people that businesses that are coming to Nigeria, and we have people that are businesses that are already in Nigeria, but they are not in tax net, but they are already bringing them to tax net. So it's like they are looking at perspective of increasing the threshold from 25 million to 50 million, as the case may be. Yeah. So are they saying that government should also still be taxing 25 million threshold? So we should applaud the bill that give opportunity for businesses that their threshold is less than 50 million, as the case may be. So, but from that angle, if you are looking at it that the business is shrinking, I don't see from that angle. I see from the angle of if the business is doing well and you are not to pay tax, rent, then your business is becoming robust, then you exceed the 50 million threshold. Then you also come back to the tax to be paying. So it is a way of giving boost to the business. And by the time the business is doing well beyond that threshold, then they'll be able to give back to the society. So it's a win-win situation. It's like giving a kind of relief to a business for them to thrive. And when they become better, doing well, then it's an encouragement to business, which they will also come to the net after that. So it's a good one. The chairman of the year.
The chairman.
SOUQ.
Yes. How would you assess his performance so far?
Yeah, I think Mr. SOUQ is a reformer. Yes. Looking at the step he has taken, after assuming the office. And I also see that it's somebody that is listening. He has a close relationship with the former chairman of FRS. Probably he has learned some of things from him, challenges that he faced when he was there. So I think he's helping the current chairman. And if you look at the revenue they are getting, they are meeting up with the target. And at the same time, if you look at the staff, I don't see much of issues, challenges within them. So those are the indices that you can look at from the performance of a leader. Look at the staff that is leading, look at the target, the businesses also, are they failing? So I think he's doing well, but he can do better.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, We have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous, to the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. Even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think I gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago, so it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and put in more investment in development of the game itself. And the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, You go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place. And there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They've got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our army. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? If you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need National Institute of Sports. Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word has been alarmalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a national sports institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers are a disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We can put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they can do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes, we knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that would do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach, and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. A Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is the style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems, because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. To strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. Solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, but really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to the top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. You don't see. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And also, then other things will follow. you see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
At the heart of a strong currency lies a simple principle. The demand for local goods drives production, creates jobs, reduces reliance on imports, and ultimately stabilizes the exchange rate. Countries like Rwanda, South Africa, and Egypt have achieved remarkable success by investing in their own industries. Rwanda has built a textile industry that competes with foreign imports. South Africa has developed a powerful automobile sector, and Egypt has excelled in agribusiness exports. These nations have strengthened their currencies by prioritizing local production, consumption, and exports. Nigeria, with its vast resources, stands at the threshold of a similar transformation. When Nigerians buy locally made products, fewer dollars flow out of the country for imports, preserving foreign exchange reserves. As local industries become more competitive, they can also expand exports, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, bringing in foreign exchange and strengthening the naira. In 2022, Nigeria spent over $9 billion on food imports. If just half of that had been directed towards locally made goods, it could have significantly reduced pressure on the naira. The key lies in industries with the potential to drive economic growth: agro-processing, textiles, automotive, technology, and leather goods. Nigeria is already a leader in agriculture, but to fully benefit, the country needs to move beyond exporting raw commodities to processed goods. Products like cashew nuts, shea butter, palm oil derivatives, and hibiscus flowers command higher prices internationally. Ghana earns about $2 billion annually from cocoa processing, while Nigeria's cocoa exports lag far behind. With investment in food processing plants and the branding of agricultural exports as premium African products, Nigeria can bridge this gap, reduce reliance on European imports, and tap into Africa's fast-growing middle class. The Nigerian fashion industry has also gained global recognition, but the country still imports billions of dollars in textiles. In 2021, Nigeria imported over $4 billion worth of textiles, while Ethiopia, using local cotton, earned $110 million from garment exports. By boosting local textile manufacturing and using Nigerian cotton, Nigeria could reclaim a significant share of the $15 billion African fashion industry, positioning cities like Lagos, Aba, and Kano as textile hubs. Nigeria's automobile sector also presents an opportunity. The country spends over $8 billion annually on vehicle imports. In contrast, South Africa's automotive sector contributes over $12 billion to its GDP and employs more than 100,000 people by implementing policies that support local vehicle assembly and production. Nigeria can reduce import dependency, create jobs, and become the region's automobile hub. Nigeria's tech ecosystem, home to fintech giants like Flutterwave and Paystack, is already Africa's largest. If Nigerians prioritize homegrown software solutions, the country can reduce capital flight and strengthen its tech industry, making Nigeria a global player in technology. The leather industry, particularly in Kano, also holds significant potential. While Nigeria produces some of the finest leather in Africa, much of it is exported as raw material. If we focus on producing high-end leather goods like handbags, shoes, and belts, Nigeria can meet local demand and expand exports. Ethiopia's leather exports exceeded $133 million in 2022, while Nigeria's remained under $50 million. By branding and exporting premium leather products, Nigeria can become Africa's leather capital, boosting the naira through increased foreign exchange earnings. To strengthen the naira, Nigeria must prioritize investments in infrastructure, improve product standards, enhance branding, and implement policies that favor local manufacturers. Consumers must also consciously choose locally made products to create jobs and drive industrial growth. The success stories of Ghana, South Africa, and Ethiopia show that this strategy works. It is time for Nigeria to invest in and promote made in Nigeria goods, solidifying and strengthening the naira for a more self-sustaining and prosperous economy.
The Global Leadership Conclave Lagos has brought together policymakers, business leaders, development experts, and young innovators under one roof, all united by a common vision, transforming leadership ideals into practical action for sustainable development. Organized by the Global Lives Transformers Network in partnership with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, the event is themed Redefining Leadership for a Sustainable Future.
Global Leadership Conclave is all about bringing leaders of diverse sector and field to come together to discuss on leadership in the age of disruption, innovation, resilience, and sustainability. Here we'll come together to discuss on the ever-disruptive world that we're in now and how leaders can stay resilient, can be innovative, and build sustainably.
Speakers at the forum include Sir Victor Walsh, Mr. Tunji Ido, Dr. Patrick Uduma, Engineer Tony Obuigwe, and others. They emphasize the urgent need for transformational leadership that bridges the gap between policy, ethics, and enterprise, particularly in developing economies like Nigeria. Discussions also centered on equipping the next generation of leaders with global competencies, integrity-driven values, and digital-age problem-solving skills to drive inclusive economic growth.
Leadership is a topic that is very important for us as a nation and something that is very rare. The right type of leadership is not very common in our climate, and it's the wrong one that often hogs the limelight. So it's important that we're able to point to other models, other examples that have stood the test of time and that have helped other nations to get to where they are, and the kind of leadership we had before things went down in our nation, so that people, the young ones, can see alternatives and then they can be reset and redirected on the right path.
My presence here is to contribute to the conversation on leadership, starting with self-leadership. How can young people drive change in the society and in our environment? How can we influence positively the polity that we find ourselves? We are heading towards elections, in another 1 year. How can we
make a significant impact in that system, in that process.
The conclave, holding at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs Auditorium, Kofu Abayomi Street, Victoria Island, features panel sessions, keynote addresses, and networking segments designed to strengthen collaboration between government institutions, private sector players, and civil society actors.
Yes, I think that these youth have the most amazing age, because not only have they found mentorship, they've also found real models, because I say that the quality of your mind determines the quality of your life, and the quality of information that they have can revolutionize their life, their family, and the entire nation.
Participants said the platform reflects a growing recognition and that effective leadership is the foundation of national progress and international competitiveness. Oyinpriye Krumale, SOUQ News Television.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine, defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what to call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, says for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have the respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contacts with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ and